Piece of legislation, Senate Bill 434, which we're going to start with. And I'm going to call up, we've got two panels. We're going to first call up panel one, Saif Raoul from the Governor's Office, Paul Pinsky, our Director of Maryland Energy Administration, Ryan Opsel, also from MEA, and Ryan Marshall from the Iron Workers. Is Mr. Marshall here from the Iron Workers? And that will be panel one. And we're not going to put anybody on the clock on this one. So, Saif, are you leading off, or is Director Pinsky leading off? Okay. So take the time you need to present Senate Bill 434 and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, the members of Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on SB 434, the Energize Maryland Act. On behalf of the Governor, I want to acknowledge the work the Senate President, the Speaker, their teams, the member of the General Assembly are doing this session to continue to prioritize the needs and the challenges of Marylanders and the commitment to make Maryland more energy independent. For the record, my name is Saif Raoul. I serve as the Governor's Deputy Legislative Officer. I am joined here today by Director Paul Pinsky, Dr. Ryan Opsel of MEA, Ryan Marshall from the Iron Workers, Carol Lane from X Energy, Evan Vaughn of Merrick Action, Josh Feldmark from CI Renewable, and Rebecca Rear from Maryland LCB. Maryland is at a critical point when it comes down to our state's energy policy. From resource adequacy to reliability and affordability, the continued demand growth without building more in-state generation created a perfect storm of challenges. The administration's proposal, a part of a larger energy policies and the packages that this body will discuss throughout this session, aims to boost in-state clean energy generation, to strengthen reliability, lower cost, and support economic growth while tackling the larger supply-demand issues that Maryland is facing. The legislation builds on Clean Energy Jobs Act that passed by this body in 2019. This body knows the importance of nuclear energy in Maryland. Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant generates 40% of Maryland's in-state electricity that is zero-emission, clean baseload energy. And yet, the state has never officially recognized nuclear as a clean energy source. So this proposal changes that by formally classifying nuclear as a clean energy for the state. It also sets up a procurement process similar to the one that is used for offshore wind industry to encourage the development of new nuclear energy projects right here in Maryland. The legislation also modifies Maryland's solar and offshore provisions. Right now, Maryland's Solar Alternative Compliance Payment, otherwise known as ACP, is set to decrease, which could slow down new solar development. This proposed legislation would freeze the ACP at its 2024 rate of 6 cents per kilowatt hour, creating a more stable market, giving investors the confidence needed to drive more solar growth here in the state. When Maryland first established its offshore wind provisions, it was a groundbreaking move. One could say riding the winds of change in development while ensuring protections for the ratepayers. Legislatures had the foresight to set up a public rate cap in the statute at that time, making their intent clear about protecting ratepayer. However, this also made sure this also allowed developers to bid right up to the maximum limit. To drive a more competitive bidding and prevent developers from pushing prices as high as possible at the expense of ratepayers, the legislation gives the Public Service Commission, PSC, the authority to set a confidential reference price. This means if a developer submits an overpriced bid to maximize their profit, the PSC can reject that bid and require a new rebid. New Jersey recently used a similar approach, and just last year leading to a significant savings for ratepayer. The administration is offering some amendments to further protect the ratepayers while ensuring these investments are focused on more in-state generation. Our first amendment is to apply the ACP freeze prospectively only to apply for new solar projects. Our second amendment, a comprehensive report on the return of the state's solar development and the steps the state is taking to reach 100% clean energy goals. And our third amendment is some technical changes to the Clean Energy Business Fund. So I know there will be a number of different amendments, a number of people and groups with various different amendments, and we look forward to working with this committee, the legislatures, and stakeholders to address those. And with that, I respectfully ask for a favorable report from the committee on SB 434, and I pass it to Director Pinsky.
Okay, Director Pinsky.
Thank you, Saif, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's always good being before you as a recovering legislator. Great seeing you all. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present these comments on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration. Look, as I mentioned when I appeared before you in the briefing, our mission is to promote clean, affordable, and reliable energy, and also to reduce greenhouse gases to benefit Marylanders in a just and equitable manner. Again, not to repeat myself, but we use two guideposts. One, Governor Moore's call for 100% clean energy, and secondly, the Climate Solutions Now Act, which this committee generated 3 years ago, which calls for a 60% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2031. So they are sort of our guideposts in our work and sort of the foundation for what you're going to hear about this afternoon. So I'd like to walk you through the key elements of the legislation, and then we'll be taking questions. Dr. Opsahl is with me. He's my Director of Policy, who knows a heck of a lot more than I do about the intricacies and nuances. So let's start on page 4. And again, part of this repeats some of the things Saif shared. We propose replacing renewable with the word clean. Nuclear is clean, but it's not renewable. But I want to also be clear, it doesn't require subsidies. It doesn't put it in tier 1. That means it's a money proposition. It's really a paper transaction. So when we do calculations and talk about clean energy that the state provides or the state needs, it'll include nuclear. So that's on page 4. So ratepayer funds will not be affected by changing that definition. Okay, moving on to page 5, if you have the bill in front of you on your screens. We suggest removing the specificity of offshore wind interconnection occurring on the Delmarva Peninsula. We think we need flexibility to help developers connect to the grid. Nothing here changes the requirements for Maryland projects to provide net economic benefits. That continues to be in the law and where we want to proceed. Also on page 5, we memorialize the goal of achieving 100% clean energy and list 4 points in the bottom of 5 and 6 to justify that goal. You can read that. I'm not going to take time to do that. I would point out number 2, however, which talks about energy independence as a nation from foreign sources of fossil fuels. Additionally, this part of the bill introduces small nuclear reactors, which I know this committee now has better understanding of since it took on the mantle of Energy Committee as well. And again, these are very different from the large towers you see at Calvert Cliffs. These can be built on 50 acres. Sometimes they're grouped in 4, so it's 200 acres, a lot smaller. Our sense is they can be built a lot more quickly. Going to pages 7 through 11. This reflects our counting nuclear towards clean energy, as I mentioned earlier, and they don't impact ratepayers. I'm going to jump to pages 17 through 18. This changes how we do offshore wind, which is in statute. Currently, and obviously previously, the ratepayer impacts were set in statute. So the ceiling was public to anybody who was interested. So if you were an offshore wind company, you knew what the ceiling was. So objectively, there wasn't really an auction. You played to that number. Now, more states have moved to not putting in statute their ceiling, but leaving it to the Public Service Commission that they would have a confidential number, but it would have a more genuine auction, which would help the state bring in more money and hopefully reflect to the ratepayers as well. There are only one or two states now that still publicly put their rate cap for offshore wind in statute. I also want to point out, a couple years ago, through legislation, I think from Delegate Charkoudian, it talked about another avenue of procuring wind through the Department of General Services, through DGS procurement. That's still in play. We don't know what the final results are on that yet, whether that'll be pursued, obviously in light of the new administration and their so far attitude towards not encouraging offshore wind. Going to page 23, SAFE talked about ACP. That's alternative compliance payments. The SAFE fund that funds our projects that we send out to the community through grants and rebates comes from two sources. The RGGI auction and from ACP. What are ACP and where do they come from? If a company cannot purchase renewable energy credits or, and this is important, chooses not to purchase them, they can pay this alternative compliance payment. Now, unfortunately, when the ACP is lower than the REC price, I hate to call it a get out of jail free card, but a lot of companies will choose to pay an ACP. It'll save them money. And if we continue down the path that's currently in statute, our sense is the REC prices will sit out there and no one will be buying renewable energy credits. And renewable energy credits actually go to underwriting large projects, be it onshore wind, solar farms, wherever. And we think that is the best stage and the best size to actually pursue clean energy efforts. So we are proposing that it freeze at the 24 level and not continue to go down. And as you heard from SAFE, one of the amendments to protect ratepayers is to say it's only going forward. It's only those projects coming forward, so we're not giving free money to people who've done this in the past. And we think that gives an additional protection to ratepayers. Okay, pages 29 to 41, and I'm almost done. Introduce the nuclear energy procurement process. It's a long section, but as I briefed you before, our study pointed to the need for more clean energy, almost doubling it. We understand offshore wind, particularly the next 4 years, is questionable. We're hoping U.S. wind does get built and gets in the ground by 27 or 28, and it's pretty far down the path. It's got its approvals. It's mostly on paper fairly far along. We know onshore wind is very limited. There's a little bit in Western Maryland. Solar is proceeding, but we're behind where solar should be. So all the numbers point to expanding nuclear. And so there's a long section on procurement. And, I read through it, and I have to tell you, I was blown away. I think it's pretty terrific. It addresses connection to the grid. It talks about community benefits agreements, robust labor and labor union requirements, minority business participation. Does that mean it gets built tomorrow? No, it doesn't. And I assume the question will come. So far, there are no SMRs in the United States. There are the large towers, as we know. There's some SMRs in China, I think in Europe. And studies have been done that it can be done here. The numbers have to work out. So there are cost issues that the banks and investors haven't yet overcome yet. And finally, on page 41 to 43, the old offshore wind advisory is restructured to be a clean energy business development body. So its purpose has expanded. Its makeup has changed to some degree. So that's the main elements of the bill. And I may have dropped one, but I think that's pretty close. Let me conclude with 2 points which are on everybody's mind, and that's mounting utility bills. Mounting utility bills. You know, that's every day there's another article about it in the periodicals. With rising rates both on the distribution and the supply, our constituents are hurting. And in some cases, the distribution has gone up faster or more recently than the cost of the energy. This bill is designed to increase clean energy while minimizing the ratepayer impact. With the amendment to the solar ACP freeze, which I just spoke about a minute ago, I think we struck a balance where we do as much as we can to protect the ratepayer, but also moving ahead on our clean energy and climate benefits. And in closing, let me say, I don't pretend to believe this bill will solve our energy challenges. It's not. I mean, I know there are probably 20 bills in front of you between the House and the Senate, but we think this bill will help us get on track. So I don't want to set the bar so high that people think I'm solving the problem. It's not. And you know, I try to be transparent, and I think that's my history. But it does make some subtle and important changes to offshore wind. It sends an important signal that, notwithstanding the federal challenges, we don't know what's going to happen with IRA or the NEVI process. You know, for the IRA, we were expecting $135 million over 4 or 5 years. We don't know where that is. We joined 21 other states in seeking a temporary restraining order, which is granted. And then the states, I think up in Rhode Island, appealed before a judge for an injunction. So that's a crapshoot. I'm not going to speculate of what the results will be. Maryland remains committed to the industry, and we think it'll stabilize the solar market and provide a critical source of clean energy and jobs. We think we can be a market leader in nuclear energy with this dedicated procurement process, and we know and understand there are numbers of bills that also address nuclear. The leadership bill, the Senate President and Speaker, I think Senator Brooks has a bill. A number of people have bills on energy. It seems very quickly after the budget, energy has risen to fairly high up on the list of priorities this session. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will either pass it on or we'll take questions, whatever you want to do.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Pinsky. Who else? Are you all okay,
silent.
sir? Tell us, give us your name for the record, and then you can take the time you need.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Feldman and committee members. My name is Ryan Marshall. I am a union organizer with Ironworkers Local 5, based in Prince George's County, Maryland, and I'm here today in favor of the Energize Maryland Act. I joined Ironworkers Local 5 Registered Apprenticeship Program in 2016. I worked on several projects, such as the MGM Casino and Hotel, the Wharf DC, and several others. By 2019, I had graduated from this registered apprenticeship program and became a journey person, allowing me to make a family-sustaining wage for my wife and now 2 sons. The Energize Act will speed up the process for new projects in the energy industry, and that will allow more young people like myself into the construction industry to support their families. For instance, my local union had built Calvert Cliffs in the 1970s, which we continue to maintain today. Our registered apprenticeship program has been Global Wind Organization certified, and we have been an accredited training facility since 2013. We have been training our members as well as other instructors in the wind industry for these opportunities. Simply put, this legislation strengthens Maryland's workforce, creating thousands of jobs and union apprenticeships, positions right here in Maryland. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to a good report on this bill.
Okay, thank you. Sir, are you going to be here just for questions?
Yeah.
Yes, just here to answer questions.
Okay, we'll take, this is panel one. We have a second panel after this. We're going to open it up for questions, starting with Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel. My first chairman, always good to see you. And I appreciate you bringing up about the concerns that I know I'm hearing the most in my offices, that is our utility bills. I mean, we're hearing that every single day, so I appreciate you addressing that in your comments. A couple questions along those lines. Can you share more about the ratepayer funded incentive for nuclear energy and the cost recovery plan? Can you tell us how much that will cost ratepayers?
First of all, as I said, it is not guaranteed any subsidies. There's nothing in this bill that says the ratepayers will have to pay for it. They will have to fulfill a procurement, and they're going to have to, the nuclear investors will have to figure out a plan and come back to the state and ask for support, which will probably come back to you all to decide whether to do or not to do. So this does not put the state on the hook. It basically opens the door and sets the process in place, Senator. It doesn't commit the state to putting out any money. So, look, if the state wants to have state-based more energy, if the state wants to invest now to address climate change rather than later, whether it be saltwater intrusion on our farmland, whatever, the bill as it stands now does not commit the state to any funds to subsidize nuclear.
Okay. And on the additional comments in the fiscal note, it states, in the short term, the bill appears likely to increase electricity rates due to the increase in solar ACPs from what they otherwise would be under the current law. You mentioned the amendment. I haven't really had a chance to dig into that. Does that address that concern, or can you just give us some feedback on that line from the fiscal note?
In statute, there is a slow stair step of reducing ACP. So we're in year 25, right? FY 25. It was going to continue to go down. We used the year 24 as the step we wanted to freeze it at. So in other words, it'll go up to the extent that 24 was a tiny bit higher than 25. So that's the increased cost. It's, I don't have the number. Ryan, do you know how much it is?
So for 2024, it would be $60 per SREC, and then it declines down to $22.50 for by 2030.
But I think, and again, I haven't read the fiscal note fully. Do you know the difference between?
And Ryan, just before you, just again, reintroduce yourself, because people are watching, they may have forgotten.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Opsahl. I'm the Director of Policy at Maryland Energy Administration. So I'm sorry, the decline to 55 for this year, and then continues to decline down to 22.50.
So we use 24. What we thought was the best number to stabilize, so people don't, the utilities don't all run to the ACP, and they don't stop and consider actually buying RECs, renewable energy credits. So there will be a marginal cost. And so I assume that's what the fiscal note refers to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Carrozza, then Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My question would be directed to the governor, so Safe, this is for you. Reading on page 5, line 16, as of January 1, 2025, the renewable energy portfolio standard and offshore wind energy leases will not satisfy the goal stated above. So there's, an acknowledgement of where we are with offshore wind, and did want to communicate directly to the governor that not just my constituents, but Marylanders across the board do not want to see any more subsidies going into offshore wind. So I wanted to clearly communicate that. My specific question is, with the changes in the offshore wind section, what will the impact on ratepayers be with the removal of the existing ratepayer limits and the removal of the cap on OREC prices? I know that the Public Service Commission will be able to determine the maximum amount of ratepayer impacts. But my specific question is, what protections are there for Maryland ratepayers?
Thank you, Senator, for the question and your concern, right? Look, if Maryland is willing to invest more in in-state energy and diversify our energy portfolio, we need to look at all the above strategy, right? That includes offshore, that includes solar, that includes nuclear, a number of other scenarios. So we hear your concern, Senator, in terms of offshore wind, specifically your constituency sectors. And we also know that the state's demand is consistently increasing, right? Over the course of last several years, we have seen PJM projection have consistently showcased that the state's Maryland, the demand growth has been increasing, right? Our supply has consistently stagnant. So the language that you articulated, page 5, lines 16 through 18, it showcased that the demand that the state is facing will not be satisfied with what we have right now. But we also know that if the state, for us to get to that net zero goal, right, 100% clean electricity goal, with the current status and the current trajectory of solar and offshore wind alone cannot get us there. And in regards to your ratepayer portion of the offshore wind, I'll pass it to Dr. Opsal to articulate that.
So I think you would be heavily reliant on technical experts at places like the PUC, and we've seen this in other states where they have at least some sort of internal reference price or something like that along those lines in order to more accurately respond to industry dynamics. And then from that point, there has been rejections of projects in other states. There have been previous rejections of projects in our own state as well. These projects need to then return. They come back at a lower price, at a price that's more acceptable to whatever that internal reference price is determined to be. We're just trying to help suppress that price by not giving everyone a public ceiling that they can reach for.
But are there specific protections for ratepayers with this change?
Beyond what the PUC would determine, it's up to them to come up with the price looking at the market.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hester, then we'll go to Senator Brooks.
Thank you. I think there's a trend here. We're all really concerned about the ratepayer impact. I was curious if you knew the answer. If not, if you could provide an answer. Like, it's a big bill. Have you gone through each provision of the bill and looked at what the impact on the ratepayers bill would be, and kind of when that would hit and whether it would go up or down? Or could you do that and get back to the committee?
I think we could do that and get back to the committee, yes.
Okay, thank you. That'd be super helpful. And then my second question is with respect to the removing of the caps on the ORECs. What has PSC indicated about that? Do you guys know?
I wouldn't really be able to comment, I think, beyond whatever they provided in their testimony, and I can't recall at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Director Pensky, what would you say is the primary objective of SB 434, and how does that align with Maryland's long-term clean energy goals? And also, would it be a diversified, say, portfolio or additional generation?
I think it does a number of things, Senator. Obviously, having an actual in-law procurement policy for nuclear will encourage expansion of nuclear. Calvert Cliffs has been here since, I guess, the 70s, early 70s, or whenever. That's almost 50 or 60 years. They're up for renewal in 35, I believe, or something like that. Yeah. As I've said a couple of times, we think in terms of the future of reaching our 100% clean energy goal, we're hemmed in on other types. And, we don't have the space Texas has. They've gone big on solar. Obviously, the Midwest has done onshore wind in a fairly big way. They're starting the third tower at Peach Bottom or 3 Mile Island. So different things are happening at different parts of the country. So we think that nuclear will move us towards 100%. Right. In terms of the ACP portion, as I said, we'd prefer RECs be purchased. But if the ACP continues to go down, RECs will not be purchased by and large. And that means if the smaller the ACP, the fewer grants we can approve in the communities. And I have to tell you, there are exciting things happening out there. Community groups, nonprofits, you name it. Whether it's community solar, which lowers the cost for low and moderate income people, whether it's electric fire trucks that we're helping pay for, or buses, or schools being built that are carbon net neutral. And again, it's on a smaller scale than what the RECs would purchase, but we think we don't want to sit on that money. We get it on the street as quickly as we can. We're a very small agency, so it's labor intensive. But our hope is that with the ACP money continue to come in at the 24 level, we'll be able to get that money on the street and have hundreds and hundreds of projects that could be the foundation for major and more quick expansion. So we think that part of the bill will help us. Is it going to turn things around in 1 or 2 or 3 years? No, it's not. I mean, that's the fact of life. Other parts of the bill, what else? So, look, the amount of demand, or when the lights start to dim. I mean, it depends who you talk to. Resource adequacy is a very important question. The Public Service Commission had a retreat about 7 weeks ago. We appeared. No one has quantified. I mean, PJM, they run around saying it's going to happen tomorrow. I'm being a little facetious. Right. But they would like to build certain things very quickly. And in one presentation, one of their leaders ran down a list of 4 or 5 things, and the last one was energy efficiency. Well, we think energy efficiency should be near the top, not at the bottom. It should be a first thing, not a last thing. So without knowing when the demand increases, obviously data centers and how many they are and how much energy they use, or whether what happened with DeepSeek is going to change that formula, we don't know. So we want to get as much clean energy as quickly as possible. That's what we want to do.
Right. Okay.
To add on to that, in terms of the goal behind this legislation, we are already facing a deficit in terms of supply versus demand. Our goal here for this particular bill is to provide more support and stability for in-state energy generation. Okay. That is the purpose of this legislation. That is why we're here. And I know this body is also going to discuss this quite a bit to address that. And eventually in the mid to long term, that will also lower the ratepayer impact that we're facing by addressing that supply-demand issue.
So if I could, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I think you're saying that SMRs would be a part of that particular goal.
Yeah, I think they're explicitly mentioned, right. But we're not saying that's this past year, a nuclear power plant was opened in Georgia. It had been 30 or 35 years since the last one opened. Right. So, look, I go to a fair amount of conferences. Ryan goes even more, and it depends who you talk to of how quickly an SMR can be turned around. Right. I've heard 6 years, I've heard 8 years, I've heard 10 years. You don't know, and that's not even counting penciling in the cost. Right. They're still working on that. There's a study in Utah just completed where they think the technology is ready to go. They just haven't been able to pencil the bottom line cost. Right. So this is agnostic in whether it's SMR or if Calvert Cliff say they want to build a new tower. So, I think costs will decide that and policy set by you folks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Director. Thanks, Chair.
Absolutely. Go to Senator Hester next.
I managed to pull up the PSC letter, so I just wanted to follow follow up on that. And I think that we're on the same page when we agree that we need like an all of the above approach. And so we want to make sure that we don't inadvertently do anything to hurt the wind industry, right? And so what the PSC is saying is that it has a requirement that they must deposit $5,000 per megawatt of nameplate capacity to dissuade withdrawal from the OREC process, yada, yada, yada. Other edits may also impact offshore wind procurement. And currently, there's no clarification that these apply to future procurements. This is potentially problematic when read in uncodified Section 7, which specifies that the bill is applied retroactively. So do your amendments make this part of the bill retroactive or proactive?
Thanks for the question, and I appreciate the need for clarification. Look, right now, the RECs were used up. U.S. Wind bought Ørsted when they gave them back, essentially. So there's no procurement process in place now. That's got to be decided by the legislature. So that's an open question. There are two other land leases. Ørsted has one, the one they've held, and then Equinor has one. Now, obviously, what's going to happen over the next 4 years from Washington, we don't know. But with all the RECs in the current law being used by U.S. Wind, there's not actually an open avenue, except for the DGS process, which was part of a bill 2 years ago. I think Delegate Charkoudian, you may have been a Crest File Senator, to have another process called the DGS procurement process. We don't know where the investors are on that. We don't know if the new administration is going to taint that. So we think there's a fair possibility the issue of procurement for offshore wind is going to come back to you, this committee actually, of putting up a procurement process if the DGS doesn't result in a procurement process, which is on the books. If that doesn't bear fruit, it's going to come back to this committee and the corresponding House committee to come up with a procurement policy for how you want to proceed on offshore wind.
Was specifically about whether it applies retroactively.
So,
I don't want to take up too much
Senator,
of the time.
if you could clarify the question, is your question for U.S. Wind's current project, and if this will apply to that one, or is your question is it's going to apply to the future projects, including Ørsted and others?
It's a question for clarification of which one it is, because it could go retroactively to want them to pay this into this fund retroactively.
So no, U.S. Wind would not be paying into the fund retroactively in this process. This new structure would not apply to any awarded ORECs. It would apply to any projects that would be applying going forward.
I think that needs to be clarified in the session.
And let me say, Senator.
We can't take this offline. Sure,
Just
go on.
one thing. New Jersey had a situation where they had contracted with a company. And then sometime later, 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years, they walked away. And the state of New Jersey said, we've spent lots of money staffing and this and that. And other states, having seen that experience, that bad experience, said there should be a fund, a walkaway fund, to pay for any expense the state incurred during that time. So that's part of what we try to do here. So.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony on behalf of the administration. We're going to go to the second panel that I mentioned earlier, Evan Vaughn, Mr. Vaughn, Josh Feldmark, Rebecca Rare, and Carol Lane. That's the panel of four. And those are the two panels from the administration. And after this, we'll go to some additional witnesses. And Mr. Vaughn, why don't you lead off if you don't mind? And you guys are all going to be on a 2-minute clock, though. I hope you understand that. So, Mr. Vaughn, why don't you proceed? And we got the clock.
Great. Thank you,
Clock
Mr.
manager. We're good? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Evan Vaughn. It's always a pleasure to be here. I'm Executive Director of Merrick Action. I represent a coalition of the offshore wind developers in Maryland, as well as utility-scale solar and storage developers. We've submitted comments also co-signed by American Clean Power and Oceanic Network on behalf of this bill. We are favorable with amendments on the Energize Maryland Act. This legislation moves Maryland to a 100% clean energy mix, and the wind, solar, and storage industries that I represent stand ready to deliver the energy needed to make that happen. I speak today specifically to the offshore wind component of the bill, although we would also support amendments to add storage into the legislation. As it relates to wind, this bill empowers the PSC with discretion to consider the shifting market dynamics and cost pressures resulting from inadequate supply for future OREC solicitations. The previous panel covered that. We also appreciate the flexibility for transmission that the bill provides. Taken together, these provisions will modernize Maryland's offshore wind policies to meet this moment of rising electricity demand. The committee is well aware of those pressures, so I will skip the details there. I'll just note that U.S. wind is planned and procured by the state to deliver more than 1,700 megawatts of clean energy capacity to Maryland's eastern shore. This power will lower the skyrocketing capacity prices that Marylanders are going to face if we do not take action, and those benefits will probably accrue greater to folks on the eastern shore. Strong, steady winds offshore mean that projects will be almost always producing electricity, even if it isn't always producing at maximum output. Wind farms produce the most electricity at night and during the winter, which is highly compatible with Maryland's growing solar energy fleet. Diversification of the electricity mix is the only way to truly ensure affordable and reliable electricity. Any power plant can fail, as we saw with natural gas during Winter Storm Elliott a few years ago. To address the elephant in the room, we are facing just a smidge of political instability from Washington, but that's why it's all the more important for these offshore wind provisions to become law this year. We thank Governor Moore and the bill's sponsors for taking a stand on common sense energy policy that reaffirms the commitments to Maryland's offshore wind industry. Our amendments are technical, which is why we're favorable with amendments. We want to see parity between energy sources. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Feldmark, why don't you go next and we'll go to the other end of the table.
My name is Joshua Feldmark. I'm Senior Vice President at CI Renewables. I'm going to tell you three things that you already know. You're facing three big problems. We all are. Dramatically increasing energy bills, a complete gap between what we are demanding in energy and what we are generating, and global climate change. And to address up to three of these questions, you have, I believe, 9.6 million bills. Each one of them has maybe 27 different ideas. And I'm here to unfortunately say none of them are great. And that's nobody's fault. All of these bills are trying. There is no perfect answer to this. And so what you're going to have to do is try and do the hard work of piecing together what does the best for each of these three issues. I'm here specifically to talk about the ACP freeze, which you have already heard. I know that our industry, the solar industry, has been accused, sometimes justifiably, of obfuscating. So I want to be very, very clear. This will have a ratepayer impact. That is to say that, to be honest, every proposal that you're looking at, every section, everything you're going to do to try and generate more energy will have a ratepayer impact. But for the ACP freeze, it is a very direct A to B correlation, so it's easy to see. My company has done the math. We're happy to show our work, but the end result is that the ACP freeze, if it only applies to future projects, will increase the average electric bill by 16 cents a month. So our contention is that for 16 cents a month, to be able to get ourselves to a point where solar is coming close to reaching the goals set forth by this body, that seems like it is worth it in the long run. So with that, I encourage a favorable.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rare, why don't you go next, then we'll end up with Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Rear, and I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice for Maryland LCV. We are grateful for the governor's leadership on climate and clean energy initiatives and appreciate this bill as another step towards achieving 100% clean electricity. We particularly appreciate the provisions in the bill to update and advance Maryland's offshore wind policies, as well as the amendments offered today by the administration to determine a date for the state to reasonably achieve 100% clean electricity. The amendments we are offering in our written testimony are focused on tightening up some of the language on the nuclear provisions and adding procurement mechanisms for battery storage in Maryland. Battery storage represents an important piece of grid stability and reliability, and we believe is part of the solution to reduce ratepayer impacts. We hope to see clean energy policies advance this session that promote storage on our grid that include labor provisions and ratepayer protections. Thank you, and we urge a favorable report with these considerations.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Carol Lane last. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Carol Lane, Vice President of Government Relations at X-Energy, a Maryland-based advanced nuclear reactor company headquartered in Rockville. Founded in 2009, we currently employ about 450 people and expect to grow this year to about 750 to 800 employees. As a leading small modular reactor developer, our technology offers some key advantages. The first is our fuel, the core of our safety case. And so this is our fuel for our reactor. It goes into the reactor core. We do not use water in our reactor core. We flow helium, inert helium gas. Our safety case results in a compact emergency planning zone, allowing siting near industrial hubs and data centers. And our reactor produces both electricity and high-quality steam for industrial and heat applications. SMRs are approaching deployment in the early 2030s. Our high-temperature gas-cooled reactor, first one, will be built down in Seadrift, Texas, with Dow Chemical in partnership with the Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. Recently, we signed a partnership with Amazon to develop up to 5 gigawatts of power out through 2039. While federal support has been crucial to reduce the first-of-a-kind risks, state-level policies are now essential to accelerate deployment to meet new energy demands. This bill recognizes nuclear's current role in generating Maryland's electricity, and as mentioned earlier, 82% of its clean energy. It creates a nuclear procurement process encouraging the Maryland PSC to consider new nuclear generation and updates the renewable energy portfolio standard to a clean energy portfolio standard, allowing SMRs and renewals to complement each other. As a Maryland-based company, X-Energy is committed to helping the state meet its clean energy goals. And thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I would note that Maryland-based, yes, but actually in Senate District 17, Vice Chair Kagan's district. Okay. Okay, we're going to go to Senator Hester, then down the line, Carrozza and Brooks.
Thank you.
And then August.
I have 2 questions. My first is for Ms. Lane. Thank you. It was a pleasure to come visit your company. My question is, what is the best way? Like, if we wanted Amazon and X-Energy to do this here, like, is this bill the best way, or are there other, like, more specific incentives that would be helpful to having our first SMR appear in the state of Maryland?
So it's kind of a complicated question because it really depends on, the second plant and the first one we will build with Amazon is going to be in Washington State. And what really drove that was they have a site that's already been approved environmentally for a nuclear plant. And so what they have a huge energy demand, and they wanted to know what's the closest to being able to deploy a reactor, and that because of the site considerations as being a nuclear site, that was the probably the closest one for them to deploy first. So I think it partly depends on where the demand is and what the timing is, what the resources are there. Amazon did put $343 million into that second plant that will get Energy Northwest through to be able to submit their license application for construction. So, there's some, and then the federal government will likely pick up as they go forward with the loan guarantee program, assuming there's funding in there. So I think it depends on the specifics of where they're trying to get the energy and what time frame, what the requirement is for the amount of energy that they need, and what the mix are, and what the grid and transmission lines are. So it's a little more complicated in terms of the specifics of each site that they're selecting.
But permitting and pre-site selection, that kind of prep work would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, and then my second question is for Mr. Feldmark. I mean, I was just curious, I appreciated your honesty from the solar industry perspective, as always. I'm just curious, in this process, like, does this bill, kind of use the ratepayers' money judiciously in a way that gets multiple types of solar built, or does it focus on one type of solar?
No, it is specifically because of the amendment that the governor is talking about that makes it forward-moving, that makes it only for projects that get built. It will be effective for encouraging all types of solar.
Okay, Rosa, and then we'll go to Senator Brooks, and then back to Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's directed to Mr. Vaughn. Your testimony, you stated that the only political uncertainties coming from Washington, D.C. I don't represent Washington, D.C. I represent Maryland's coast. I represent Maryland's only ocean beach town, unlike other states that have multiple beach towns. And I wanted to ask you if you were aware of the growing statewide and beyond Stop Offshore Wind Coalition that is made up of constituents across the state of Maryland that have other homes on Maryland's coast, watermen, business owners, environmentalists, concerned citizens, retirees that have located or who want to locate on Maryland's coast. And your testimony implied that you were not aware of it, so I did want to ask you if you were aware of this growing statewide and beyond Stop Offshore Wind Coalition.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. Certainly aware of folks who do not support offshore wind deployment. I would say that there's been a poll as recently as this week that found actually 51% of folks on the Eastern Shore specifically do support offshore wind deployment off Maryland's coast. That was from Gonzalez Research. So it's far from a universal feeling about pro or con with offshore wind. That being said, acknowledge the concerns. I would be happy to speak with you, speak with your constituents who have concerns about the offshore wind industry. There's a lot of information out there about it. I think one thing that's gotten missed in a lot of instances around offshore wind is really this resource adequacy question that we're all here debating in this body. Offshore wind actually provides the most near-term and real opportunity for the Eastern Shore to avoid that resource adequacy problem. And so it's a change. I get it. That can be scary. It's different. But the offshore wind industry can offer a lot to the Eastern Shore. And I know that those companies have done a lot of work to try to invest in, port facilities out there. A pier, I think, is currently under consideration. And, I think some of the concerns, certainly I think are very well founded to be established in misinformation. So the marine mammals concerns, for example, there have been experts across the country who are marine mammal experts who have debunked that time and time again. But that's hard. Social media lends an environment where folks read a lot of information that can worry them. We all have a lot of worries, and if there's anything I can do to help dissuade some of those worries from your constituents, I'd be glad to help.
To let you finish, but just
Sure.
There's a major disconnect. You talk about it's a change, and you have people that are fighting for their very way of life, such as the commercial watermen. You mentioned the facilities in the West Ocean City Harbor. Those facilities are the only off seafood processing facilities in the West Ocean City Harbor that would be taken from our watermen. So again, there is a major disconnect, but I just wanted to correct the record here that the uncertainty is not just coming from Washington, D.C., and it is a growing coalition statewide and beyond. Thank you.
Would it be okay for me to respond to that?
Okay, yeah, I think it was more commentary, to be honest with you. I think we'll go back and forth. Okay, let's go Senator Brooks next.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Lane, thanks for coming back here, and then I let you know that I really truly enjoyed both visit at X-Energy. Yeah. Oftentimes we hear about deployment, and I did some research on, especially on SMRs, and everybody's targeting 2029, 2030, 2031. If there were a site and a particular company wanted to deploy an XE100, how long from that particular time until the full deployment of that particular SMR?
So we're still at the phase where we're deploying the very first one, and in that case, we are submitting our, or we'll be submitting with Dow our construction application, probably within the next 6 months. We are looking forward to hopefully a 2-year review of that, at which time we will during that time begin long lead procurement and start building the non-nuclear portions of the facility. But we're still talking probably about 4 years, 4 to 5 years from the submittal of the application.
I see.
And it generally, we're looking at about, a year to 2 years to get the environmental information on the site to submit the environmental review.
Yeah. So
Currently.
there are SMRs that are, operating now, right? Close to none? Okay.
None.
Because I was reading where China has one that's going to be deployed in 2026.
China currently has a high-temperature gas-cooled reactor similar to ours that is up operating. It's about a 250 megawatt reactor. And that's really the only one. If you're looking at particularly the Gen 4 reactors, the next generation reactors, it's likely that either X-Energy or TerraPowers will be the first grid-sized reactors in the early 30s.
Yeah. And one last question. With the Gen 4, now, is it not that the safety technology is built into them and that they will shut down before they melt down?
Correct.
Yeah. Just wanted to get that in.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I think that concludes the questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to next move to some additional witnesses that are not part of the first two panels. Bill Tamick, yes. Bill, come on up. Bryson Popham. And actually, we've got two witnesses signed up favorable with amendments. I'm just going to bring, is Josh Talkin here? And Robin Dutta. And those are going to be our four witnesses. After that, we're going to move to some unfavorable. So let's, Bill, why don't you start? And each of you are going to have 2 minutes. Then we'll just go down the aisle. So why don't you start? And you're on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Yes.
President, members of the committee. I'm basically an environmentalist who about 5 or 6 years ago decided we're not getting where we're going without nuclear. I think nuclear is the long-term answer. It's not an immediate.
Just tell us your name, just so everybody out there.
Bill Tamick.
Yeah, Tamick, okay.
Harford County. I gave you a whole bunch of information. I know you're not going to all read it, but there's videos and all sorts of stuff in there that tells you that why nuclear is good. I think what most people haven't talked about is why nuclear is likely to be the most cost-effective. And the answer is modular reactors are only going to come in 1 or 2 sizes. If, say, Microsoft or Amazon or somebody wants to build a plant and they want 900 megawatts of electricity, and they come in, the reactor company they come with makes 100 megawatt reactors, we can probably cut a deal to buy that extra energy. And I think that's what we have to be looking at. Alternatively, if somebody tries a gas power plant, they've got the problem of take them 3 years to build it. We want totally clean energy in 10 years. they only get 7 years of return, so they're going to have to jack their prices up. I think we're in a position to move forward much quicker if we encourage the small modular reactors that can be built almost anywhere. I got other stuff in here, but the only question we don't know about nuclear is costs. And we know the other industries are having a problem with cost too.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dutta?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Robin Dutta. I'm the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We are favorable with amendment on SB 434. What the solar industry has done, and as I've talked about when I've had the pleasure and honor of being in front of you previously, is the maturation and the evolution of the solar industry. We went from, and as I've in my written testimony, solar alternate compliance payments in 2008 at $450 a megawatt hour, and now we're at $55. And so what we've been able to achieve in terms of our cost reductions in that 60, 70, 80% range over the last 15 years, depending on the market segment, is we're trying to figure out what that taper needs to be and what kind of next generation programs there are. The freeze of the $60 per megawatt hour solar ACP freeze in SB 434 does provide some relief, but it doesn't have the same effect for all different types of solar. And when you look at solar and storage and what what we've all have talked about with the widening energy gap in Maryland, there's a need to make sure that there's an all of the above renewables and all of the above solar and storage strategy. And so our amendments are around having differentiated incentives, not dissimilar to what Senator Brooks' ACE Act would provide, and also making sure that there's robust energy storage deployment. In particular, I'll note a distributed storage incentive program that can make sure that the solar that can get deployed in state, whether small or large, can provide the most benefit to Maryland, and using program designs that we've seen in other states where they have evolved from programs just like what Maryland's current SREC program is now, to something that uses ratepayer dollars much more efficiently. If we can get those amendments added, and we're happy to work with the governor's office, with everyone on the committee, if we can get all that done, we certainly urge then a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bryson Pop. I'm appearing before you on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of Greater Baltimore, a trade association of office and industrial buildings comprising about 143 million square feet in central Maryland, in support of Senate Bill 434, as often happens, perhaps too often happens. Listening to the questions of the committee members stole my thunder. I'm referring specifically to Senator Brooks. Thank you, Senator, for your questions about small modular reactors, because that is what I wanted to single out for particular praise. I heard one of the other panelists talk about the time frame it would take to do that. I think you might be able to shorten that a little bit if we use this as an introduction to Maryland energy policy, with nuclear as an express clean energy source, including small modular reactors. I think our future is bright. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I'd support Senate Bill 434.
Okay, Mr. Tolkien.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We urge a favorable report with some amendments. We support the goal. Moving towards 100% clean energy has been a stated goal for the state for a long time. Codifying it in law and creating a path to get there is a critical step. It's not the first time we've set a goal before. We know that we need strong policy and the ability to adjust that policy based on our experience as we go. First, just to briefly reset, why are we doing this? Climate change is a key factor, but the original RPS was passed in large part to address the health implications of our current fossil fuel sources of energy. The pollution coming that was harming young children with smog and soot and particulate matter, and the mercury that was harming pregnant women and fetuses and developmental issues, the nitrogen that was deposited into the Chesapeake Bay. All of those reasons still stand, and that had a huge cost on people's health and the environment that your efforts have actually managed to reduce significantly over the years, so thank you for that. We believe that the ideal energy package is going to be a mix of several of the bills before you. There are many solutions in this bill, adding energy storage into the mix, as well as other strategies around smart grids, demand management, ways that we can avoid peak usage through strategies that we've already seen other states employed. All of those are parts of the solutions. Sierra Club is excited to be part of these ongoing conversations, and we welcome the chance to discuss these further with the committee in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just kind of one thing, the politics of nuclear have shifted. Clearly, you've got Director Pinsky now in the camp of, we've heard LCV in here, but I've not actually heard Sierra Club adopt, a view that nuclear is clean or that nuclear, just to clarify, because I think that has been, so is that, I clarify, what is that, I just want to get you on the record about the position of Sierra Club on nuclear power.
Thank you for the prompt. Sierra Club has long-standingly had the position that new nuclear energy is not in line with our long-term climate and energy strategy. Sierra Club is not supportive of additional state incentives for the development of new nuclear energy.
Okay, well, that's clear. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. Let's go to some unfavorables. We've got Dr. Alfred Bartlett. Is Dr. Bartlett here? Come on up. Jorge Aguilar is, I believe, here. And then we've got we have a virtual unfavorable witness, so that'll be the extent of the unfavorables, and that'll be the extent of the testimony. So, Doctor, why don't you start off, and you're on the 2-minute clock. Unfavorable.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members. I'm Dr. Alfred Bartlett. I live in Montgomery County, and I'm representing Physicians for Social Responsibility. PSR works to prevent the greatest risks to human health. We appreciate the administration's urgency to speed up our lagging progress toward 100% clean energy. But a core part of SB 434 is the proposal to develop new nuclear energy, small modular reactors, as a form of clean energy. This is why we oppose this bill, because while nuclear energy doesn't produce greenhouse gases, it is definitely not clean. Nuclear energy produces deadly waste in the form of the spent fuel that's taken out of reactors and stored on site. It is extremely dangerous. This is 2 500-milligram tablets of extra-strength Tylenol. It's a standard adult dose. A person exposed for 30 seconds at 1 yard from this amount, equivalent amount of spent fuel, will die within days despite medical care. But the worst threat is generational. This spent fuel waste remains deadly for thousands of years. The half-life of plutonium-239, major component of spent fuel, is 24,000 years. This is the deadly legacy that we're leaving for coming generations, and we have no safe way to get rid of it. It's too dangerous to move, and the U.S. has never succeeded in finding a safe place to put it all. So it stays at the reactor site where it's made. Calvert Cliffs has about 1,500 tons of this spent fuel. Having SMRs scattered around the state means that each one will become another site for this radioactive forever waste, with more possibilities for an accident, a leak, or a terrorist attack. In requesting an unfavorable report on this bill, we recommend instead passing the bills that will support thoughtful planning and that will remove constraints and provide effective incentives so we can build the renewable energy that we can build right now that's affordable and truly clean. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Sir, tell us who you are.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Feldman. Hey, my name is Jorge Aguilar. I'm with Food and Water Watch. We urge an unfavorable report on this bill. Our written testimony is also signed by 10 organizations representing tens of thousands of people who oppose the Energize Act and its provisions to jumpstart the build-out of nuclear reactors by defining it as clean energy. This committee should ensure that clean energy facilities do not emit carbon dioxide nor radioactive and hazardous materials that could endanger communities. This bill, though, incentivizes nuclear reactors, which are amongst the most expensive and dangerous options for Maryland residents. And they won't come online for a decade and cost billions. But let's be clear, the rush here to build these reactors, as has been said, is largely about a push to build artificial intelligence data centers in Maryland that will require this enormous amounts of energy. But Maryland families should not have to pay for these to subsidize the tech companies. We should all be frightened by the open discussions about the reactors being co-located with these data centers or having them built in close proximity to them. These small reactors, SMRs, which still cost enormous amounts, have similar safety issues as the old nuclear reactors. So key question is, where would these new ones go? So already Prince George's County, Frederick, Montgomery are considering large data centers that will need a lot of energy. The DOE, federal DOE, has also been screening old coal plants to turn old coal plants into nuclear, and mentioned 4 Maryland locations, and we think they're thinking of Baltimore County and Charles County. But this bill says 0 about siting parameters or protections for communities near these new power plants that would have to store radioactive fuel rods, as PSR just mentioned. So it's just like Calvert Cliffs. These would still be having to be stored in some of these counties. So for all these reasons, how long they take to come online and the safety reasons, I urge you to reject this bill from moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our 2 panelists? Senator Brooks.
Yes, thanks, Doc. Let me ask you, how many deaths in the U.S. has been caused by radiation due to a nuclear accident?
None that I'm aware of, but
exactly. Yes.
We're talking about 2,000 years in the future.
Well, let's talk about now.
No, let's talk about 2,000 years in the future.
Yeah, and secondly, from cradle to grave, if all the energy that I use came from a nuclear source, and I'm 74 now, from cradle to grave, the amount of spent fuel that I would have generated can fit inside of a Coke can. You know, and all this time that the radiation that the spent fuel is being stored and is being stored safely. I just wanted to throw that out. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I don't know if that was really a question.
Yeah, sorry,
I think that again was a comment. Let's not devolve into, yeah.
Oh, I did ask a question.
Okay, why don't we leave it there? I don't think we're going to settle this dispute. Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. We do have one witness unfavorable virtually, Timothy Judson. Mr. Judson, I'm going to get you on here. And, sir, you're unfavorable, and you've got 2 minutes, okay?
Yes, Chair Feldman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today. My name is Timothy Judson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nuclear Information and Resource Service. In my written testimony, I go into more detail about the history of delays and cost overruns in nuclear projects throughout the last 50 years, as well as the trend of cost escalation that's already happening with small modular reactors and other sort of categorized advanced reactors. But what I wanted to focus on in my testimony today is talk about the difficulty that states and public service commissions have had in controlling the costs of these projects. And so, in fact, every reactor that is operating in the country today was built by a utility company overseen by a public service commission. And the public service commissions have had a real difficulty in pulling the plug on projects once they became too expensive. And so to give an example of that, the 2 most recently constructed reactors in the U.S. at Plant Vogtle in Georgia, overran their original budget of $14 billion by 150% to cost $37 billion by the time they were completed. And the Utility Commission in Georgia held hearings every 6 months to review the progress on that project. And despite repeated testimony by the Public Service Department, by the Public Service Commission staff, that they could not validate the cost projections being provided by the utility company, and eventually in the end that the project had no net benefit to the people of Georgia. The Public Service Commission repeatedly approved these costs, and this is largely because there are too few projects to compare them to, and the Public Service Commissions themselves don't have the technical understanding of the technology to be able to review them. And so what has happened is that in case after case throughout the country, PSCs have approved excessive costs, and we think that's a danger under this bill as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 434. And we're going to next move to Senator Reedy on Senate Bill 558. Senator, and we're going to bring up some witnesses, Jonathan Alexandra, Jeffrey Trimbath, Aaron Hickson. I'm not sure if those are the three gentlemen at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're on Senate Bill 558, and the table is you. You take the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Justin Reedy, for the record, here to present Senate Bill 558, dealing with fiscal notes and family impact statements. And you just sat through a lengthy and important hearing on energy, and I caught the end of the discussion about nuclear power, and I can't think of a much more powerful thing in our world than nuclear power. But I do know something that has an incredible amount of power as it relates to our society. And there's really nothing more powerful in the person's life than having a loving and caring family that supports and helps them. And something I've become passionate about in the last few years serving in this body, as we've looked at a number of public policy challenges, problems, whether it's public health, education, a variety of other factors, one thing that's very clear leading indicator, economic even, is that when we have strong families, our communities become infinitely stronger. And when a young person has a strong family that they've come up with, not a perfect family, not even necessarily a wealthy family, but a strong family background and family unit in their life, their results, their outcomes in all of that categories I just mentioned are much, much higher and better than when there's not that level of strong family and support behind them. And so I've really started thinking more and more in the last few years that any state policy that we have, we should be asking, how will this help to support and grow stronger families? And even as we look at the things that you all are spending a lot of time this session on with energy, even trying to figure out how we make sure energy is affordable and effective, even that ties into how can we make sure that our families are able to support themselves and have what they need. And so Senate Bill 558 would require legislation prepared by the Department of Legislative Services to include a family impact statement, the purpose of which will indicate whether a bill will have an impact on marriage, family stability, and or family welfare. Now, in this bill, we made a few tweaks. In this bill, family is defined as a group of family members by biological or legal bonds, including spouses, foster families, step families, and legal guardians and wards. Families take many shapes and sizes, and we honor that. A stable home life with caring parents, caring guardians, is one of the leading indicators of a young person's future success, and the lack of that caring parent, caring guardians, can put children into very difficult situations, as I mentioned. And so it's undeniably true, I have to say, that these outcome disparities I'm mentioning can be even worse for some groups due to structural barriers and inequalities. So we're not blind to that. But that's exactly why we should be noting and evaluating the impacts on families when we pass legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you for the time and for letting us go second because one of our panelists had something they had to leave for. I'd like to turn it over to my panel, and I think I'd like Mr. Alexander to go first if that's possible. And we're happy to take questions at the end.
Mr. Alexander, again, you'll be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Alexander. I'm Legislative Counsel for Maryland Family Institute. You'll hear from the president here in a moment. What if I told you that I had the solution to decrease poverty in the state, increase income, decrease crime and violence in the state, increase mental health, decrease illicit sex, alcohol, and drug abuse amongst youth, and increase educational outcomes? If I told you that I had the one solution that's been proven throughout all millennia across every civilization and is backed up by the stats within our state. It's a solution that both James Dobson and Barack Obama agree on. And it's nothing more than the awareness and the encouragement of this one institution, the family. In our state, the statistics show that Marylanders are safer, more physically and mentally healthy, more prosperous, happier, less lonely, better educated when they are in married parent households. We've shopped this idea in the Senate and delegate offices between Republicans and Democrats, and I'm encouraged at all the reception that we've received from last year, making the tweaks that were required of us to get this bill to a point that every conversation that we have in this state, while we have a race and equity note or a fiscal note, that every conversation we should have should start thinking in this legislature towards an eye of preserving married family households. The advantage to our children and families in married parent households, both for them and for the entire culture and community, is so profound. And we ought to strive to make every bill that we consider align with that trajectory and not detract from it. Therefore, I ask that you give this Senate Bill SB 0558 a favorable report.
Okay, we're going to go next witness.
Well, Chair Feldman and members of the committee, my name is Jeff Trimbath, and I'm the president of the Maryland Family Institute. I'm here to express our strong support for Senate Bill 558, which would require that all proposed legislation in Maryland include a family impact statement as part of its fiscal note. This bill ensures that the well-being and stability of all Maryland families are considered in the policymaking process. Just this week, we released a family structure index, which measures family stability based on marriage rates, fertility rates, and the percentage of children being raised in intact families. Sadly, Maryland ranked 31st among all 50 states on that index. And we know from our own research conducted in every Maryland county in our report, The State of the Maryland Family, which we published last year, that stronger families lead to better economic outcomes, less poverty, lower crime rates, improved educational achievement, and greater overall well-being for children, adults, and communities alike. Yet, despite this clear link between strong families and thriving society, family impact is too often an afterthought in legislative decision-making. This bill addresses that imbalance by putting the focus on what we know works. It does not seek to disadvantage or disregard families of many different structures, including the heroic and extraordinary sacrifices that many single parents make in our state. But rather, it acknowledges the significant societal and financial benefits associated with strong, stable families and seeks to discourage policies that undermine them while encouraging policies that promote strong family well-being. So for all these reasons, we urge the committee to report favorably on HB 558. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go to our, right there, next to Senator Reedy. Tell us your name.
My name's Aaron Hickson, and I'm a pastor in the area here in Anne Arundel County. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, this afternoon. As I said, I'm a pastor in Anne Arundel County for a congregation that serves a few thousand folks each weekend. And I address you here today with a heart burdened for the well-being of our families. My faith informs my understanding of the family as a foundational institution established by God and essential for the flourishing of individuals and society. The biblical vision for the family, which emphasizes the lifelong commitment between husband and wife and the nurturing of children within that environment, provides a framework for stability, love, and character development. As the Christian principle of subsidiarity makes clear, strong families are the first form of government. Thus, they are our best hope of cultivating responsible citizens, fostering a thriving community, and thereby reducing societal burdens. Yet, as a pastor who has the privilege of serving people from all backgrounds within our congregation, we see firsthand the consequences of broken families: pain, instability, and a lost sense of belonging. And many who seek the support of our church family do so because of the burdens foisted on them by fractured homes. And to be clear, it's both my joy and calling to serve these precious people in moments of need. But these experiences only serve to underscore my conviction regarding the vital role of healthy families in fostering not only individual well-being, but by extension, a thriving society. Our desire as a congregation is not only to serve hurting families, but to proactively strengthen families as our best defense against the uniquely devastating challenges that fractured family structures can create. I recognize the substantial challenges facing all families today. Even the most resilient households are feeling the strain But common sense, I believe the wisdom of the scriptures, as well as the best evidence of the social sciences, say that strong families are our best hope of shaping each citizen of this great state into the kinds of virtuous and responsible people who will be able to change the narrative moving forward. When families thrive, our communities prosper.
Okay, thank you. We'll take questions of our panel. We're going to start with Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Senator Reedy. And I thank you all for being with us and thank you for your heartfelt testimony. Senator, I was trying to think about which bills don't affect families. And so just off the top of my head and pretty indirect, the blueprint, our 10-year plan for improving Maryland's public schools, for sure. Building a park at Bainbridge in Cecil County. That's going to allow families to play. Our liquor laws, certainly drug and alcohol and stuff was referenced. Even to pay a local bill to increase the salary for the sheriff of Dorchester County when that sort of stuff comes to us. That's going to improve that family and their ability to flourish in Maryland. I'm wondering if you could give us a few examples of bills that you think wouldn't be directly or indirectly affecting families, because this, I wonder about the payoff for implementing something like this, for all the extra time and staff that would be required by our hardworking folks at the Department of Legislative Services.
Yeah, you know, I don't have a comprehensive list in my mind. You know, I just was, one of your colleagues is in my committee presenting bills about cemeteries and, you know, things like that. I think you probably, although cemeteries are a very important part of families, I think sometimes it's going to be as simple as a note of there's not going to be any substantial impact one way or the other, just like we have in our fiscal notes now. Is there any small business impact? Sometimes it's negligible or none. So, I mean, there could be some. I think the goal of the legislation here is to make sure we put, much as we've done with some of the other things we put in the bill, the role of the family, or at least the impact of the family, front and center in anything that we're thinking about. Just as we have a racial equity note and a small business impact note. I think that it's something that we believe, and that's why I put the bill in, that would be extremely helpful for us to be thinking about. Now, you know, I'm open to if it's something that needs to have some parameters around it, like we can't obviously have an in-depth sociological, scholarly paper on the family impact of every bill, of course. But I think it would be great if we could, as a state, put forward this is at least a goal of ours, and we want to at least have some acknowledgement and some discussion of the impact. Even if it's in certain categories of bills, even if we wanted to limit it in some way, I would like it for everything. But I'm obviously the committee happy to discuss with you. I know you have a lot on your plate this session, but we really believe this is an important issue of how we look at families.
And just one quick follow-up. I wonder if you talked to any of our colleagues on the fiscal committee, budget and taxation, since this has a significant fiscal note.
I had not had the chance to really see the fiscal note until, basically now. So I'm going to talk to them, and I'd be happy to discuss that with them.
More
and
than
again, I think if we were able to
$500,000,
put
so
some parameters around it.
$602,500 for FY26.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely don't want a $600,000 fiscal note. So you know me, I agree.
Right.
I do think there may be a way to kind of address that, but I'm happy to have that discussion. I understand we're not passing a $600,000 fiscal note bill.
Correct.
Nor would I suggest we do that. So right. We can work on that.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Okay, we'll go to Senator Carrozza next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the bill, Senator Reedy, and your panel. My question is to Mr. Alexander. Your background, both as the director of the Maryland Family Institute and your legal background, and given the questions that have already been asked, what are your expectations of this legislation? Just, the impact, but your expectations, because you've been working on this for a while. Certainly. And I just wanted to better understand that.
Yeah, certainly. I think back to a Barack Obama Father's Day speech that he gave 2008, 2009, where he uplifted the families and he gave the statistics of how African-American families particularly do best in intact families. And when that structure isn't there, we do see an increase of crime. We do see an increase of violence, lower scores, test scores. And so the reverse of that is what he was encouraging. It's a consideration like that. For instance, the there was a bill that came out of one of the other committees that talked about having the state libraries go to penitentiaries and allowing kids with fathers that were incarcerated to sit down and learn how to read with their fathers. That would take a family note that says, plus that is a good thing, that is reuniting families and allowing a father to be part of his children's life, even if he's incarcerated. And so it's an eye towards that. It's an eye towards, even decades back where we reduced the waiting period for divorces in Maryland, significantly reduced that waiting period, and divorces increased in Maryland. That would sort of give the legislature an understanding that, if you accelerate a divorce process, that will facilitate more divorces in this state. And so it's an eye towards that. We expect, of course, the social scientists that are, within our universities, those that are well written on it, in coordination with the Department of Legislative Services, to come with sort of a framework or a metric that does follow the race and equity or other fiscal notes. There's a way of getting there. The social science is absolutely clear. In the counties that have stronger families, they do better. Counties that have fracturing families or families that can improve with this sort of encouragement, we can get them to that point, get the entire state of Maryland to a point where our culture and community has strong, thriving families. It's the first form of government, and should be something that we consider every time we have a bill go forward.
And would you consider there would still be value if we obviously, given the fiscal note, would have to narrow parameters and start maybe in some major classifications, the value of that as well?
Yeah, I think so. And to the Vice Chair's point, that rhythm is sort of already there intuitively. Most conversations that I've had have been towards that end. Senator said it was a no-brainer bill. So it's getting sort of that, what we're already leaning towards, getting that into writing and finding a system where it actually works.
Thank you. Thank you all for your work on it.
Okay, we'll go over Senator Watson next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Reedy. Good to see you again, Mr. Alexander. We spoke a little bit about this bill last year, and I get it. I think the big $600,000 fiscal note is puffery, but still you're going to have the challenge of putting forth a rubric where this can easily be evaluated on a bill-by-bill basis. Now, intuitively, we know, for example, my child support bill is geared towards ensuring that folks who make less than $250,000 federal poverty level can't have their car taken. That's an issue. We know that bills that make it easier and easier to get divorced impacts families. Some of these things are almost no-brainers, but it's still going to require some type of rubric to show the direct correlation and how this impacts families. Some bills I don't think have anything to do with families at all. Most of the bills that we do, but the ones that we've talked about, we know strike at the heart of how we were raised, what's in the Bible, and those types of things, all attributing to the fact that we know strong structured families lead to outcomes, greater outcomes for everybody. So I'm willing to help you get there, but I still think there's a little more work to do, because you can't throw this over to a bunch of analysts and they're going to sit with social scientists and try to figure it out. There has to be like 5, 6 questions to answer, quantitatively make the assessment and drop it in to make it make sense. So that's my suggestion.
It's excellent.
All right.
Okay, additional questions for Senator Reedy or for the panel? Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
to the
Chairman.
panelists. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 558. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 554. Do we have somebody from the AG's office here, from the Attorney General's? Okay, so we've got an issue, bill relating to the Public Information Act. I'm going to call Patrick Hughes up here, also from MACO, Sarah Sample. Is Sarah here from MACO? And then we've got one virtual witness unfavorable. Oh, actually, we've got several unfavorable. So let's take our favorable amendment duo, and then we'll go to the other witnesses. So Patrick Hughes from the Office of the Attorney General on Senate Bill 554. Thank you. Take the time you need to present the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Feldman. Members of the committee, my name is Patrick Hughes. I am the Chief of the Opinions and Advice Division in the Office of the Attorney General. One of my roles is to supervise the production of our office's Public Information Act manual and to give advice on PI issues. And that's why I'm here today to talk to you about Senate Bill 554, which we proposed and are supporting with amendments. Frivolous and vexatious PI requests are rare, but when they target an agency, they can disrupt the operations of government and make it hard for an agency to respond timely to legitimate PI requests from the press, interest groups, and members of the public. That's why, a few years ago, the General Assembly created a process for custodians to seek relief from the PI Compliance Board from frivolous, vexatious, or bad faith requests. Under that process, custodians can essentially ask for permission from the Compliance Board to ignore the frivolous, vexatious, or bad faith request or pattern of requests. But frivolous requests continue to be a problem. I would point you to written testimony that you have from the Public Access Ombudsman in support of this bill, who confirms that during the last year, the PI Compliance Board decided its first cases under the new provision, and the experience revealed some ways that the provisions, in our view, could be improved and clarified. And that's what motivated this bill. Before I dive in, I want to make sure you saw in our written testimony that we are offering some amendments to the bill as originally introduced in response to some of the questions and testimony on the House side. Most notably, the bill as amended would no longer add abusive to the existing list of frivolous, vexatious, or in bad faith PI requests that are subject to potential challenge by custodians. So as amended, the bill would make three primary changes. First, the bill would allow custodians to seek permission directly from a circuit court to not respond to a request if the court finds that the request is frivolous, vexatious, or in bad faith, rather than only having the option of first going through the PI Compliance Board. To be clear, one thing the bill would not change is a custodian can't just decide for themselves to reject a request as frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith. Only the PI Compliance Board, which is an independent board appointed by the governor, or under our proposal, a circuit court judge, could make that determination. When a vexatious or frivolous requester is truly gumming up the works of an agency, time is of the essence, and the agency needs faster relief from the burden of those requests in order to devote the time to legitimate PI requests and other agency functions. In addition, courts have the authority to enforce their orders and more authoritativeness in general, which will sometimes be necessary to solve the problem. And the Public Access Ombudsman makes that point in her testimony. Requesters can generally choose whether to go directly to court or challenge a PI response, or instead use the PICB, the Compliance Board process. I do want to stress custodians would not use this authority lightly. Only a few complaints have been brought to the Compliance Board under the new process, and the cost of going to court would be high as well. So as a practical matter, this would only make sense for the most egregious situations that really are preventing the agency from fulfilling its roles under the PIA. So that's the first proposal. Second part of the proposal would be that as written, the existing law isn't clear about how far the Compliance Board can go in precluding a frivolous or vexatious requester from submitting future PI requests. And the remedy provided is effectively meaningless if the Compliance Board can only permit the agency to ignore the request that gave rise to the challenge, but then have to start the process over again if there's a new request on the same or similar topic, or raising the same kind of conduct the Compliance Board found to be frivolous, vexatious, or in bad faith. And although the PI Compliance Board's regulations already interpret the statute to give it some leeway on those, the bill would clarify the possible relief the Compliance Board or a court could give, and would leave it to their discretion to make the remedy match the problem. There's precedent for this kind of approach in Connecticut's public records law, which has similar language, and we've proposed amendments that would align more closely to what Connecticut's statute provides, put an outer limit on the kind of relief that can be provided, and to be clear, it wouldn't require the Compliance Board or a court to provide any of this relief. It gives them the discretion to do so based on the circumstances. And then finally, to solve a separate but related problem, the bill would permit the Compliance Board to dismiss complaints made to it that are frivolous, vexatious, or in bad faith. Frivolous complaints have also been flooding the Compliance Board, leaving the agency with a backlog and making it difficult for the board to get decisions out on time on more substantive issues. This would basically give the PICB control over its own docket. And to be clear, the provision wouldn't give the custodians any ability to ignore complaints from requesters. It just gives the Compliance Board the power to decide to dismiss a frivolous complaint and the requester could still appeal that dismissal to circuit court if they choose. So in sum, OAG urges a favorable report with amendments on this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Ms. Sample from Mako first, and then we'll take some questions. And you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, though. Okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee for having me today. My name is Sarah Sample. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. I was just scribbling some really quick notes because I was hearing amendments as you were going through your testimony, so I appreciate that. I will say when we originally had put our testimony together, we did appreciate the fact that that term abusive was in there because we have seen some issues with some of our custodians. And like you've already heard, it can be harmful to the process, but also harmful to the individual. So we're a little bit discouraged by that, but I think, from the amendments that I heard, it still does give us that ability to get that quick relief. That would be able to make it so that we don't gum up the process in our PIA review, and also that the employee can potentially get some relief. So we're still happy with that. We did appreciate the first round of language, but we're still in support.
Okay, thank you. So any questions for either Mr. Hughes from the AG's office or Sample from Mako? Senator Watson, then Senator Carrozza.
Yeah, just a quick question. It looks like most of the unfavorables seem to point to the subjective nature of some of these things. Like, what's a reasonable expectation of litigation? You mentioned frivolous. How are those determined so that it's really cut and dry?
So to be clear, there are two separate bills that we're proposing. The anticipation of litigation is the other one that we'll get to next. But on this bill, the frivolous, vexatious, in bad faith terms under existing law, they are left to the PI Compliance Board and then courts on judicial review of PI Compliance Board decisions to define. There have been a few cases, as I mentioned, that have come before the PI Compliance Board that are now on judicial review. And so those cases will flesh out the meaning of those terms in a common law type manner.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have a second bill here that might be more on this issue. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I received an email from a constituent and I just wanted your help on how to respond specifically to this bill. Apparently, this constituent has already been personally labeled as a vexatious requester by a certain town in my district. As a result, and this is someone that he would be very concerned about being sued by that town. He has been trying to very transparently, stop a certain action that would destroy property that's been in his family for over 200 years. So he's, extremely concerned that this would, obviously target him, and he wouldn't have that opportunity to, continue to, carry out his rights to be able to protect his property and his family.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So under current laws, it already exists. If the locality that he's having these requests from feel that his requests are frivolous, vexatious, or in bad faith, they have the ability to go to the PI Compliance Board and seek an order from the PI Compliance Board already. It sounds like they may not have done that. Those cases are going to end up before a court eventually, most likely, because after the PI Compliance Board issues a decision, it's subject to judicial review. And so either if the PI Compliance Board finds in favor of the custodian, the requester can appeal. If they find in favor of the requester, the custodian can appeal. So a court is very likely going to get involved at some point in trying to resolve the dispute anyway under the existing process. And so part of the idea is if the custodian, in situations that are really disrupting the ability of the agency to respond to PI requests, if the custodian can go directly to circuit court and petition the court to say, we don't have to respond to this request, then that would be a more efficient and effective way of resolving the problem.
So meaning his concern would be with this legislation, it would empower the municipality even more so in his case.
It would give the municipality an additional option in terms of how to deal with what they might view as the problem. I don't know the specifics of the situation or whether.
I appreciate that.
but yeah,
And I appreciate you explaining what's undercurrent and what this
Sure.
bill would do.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for our two witnesses? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to two unfavorable witnesses. I'm going to go to John Galbraith here. Mr. Galbraith, come on up, and Rebecca Snyder. And then we do have one virtual witness on the unfavorable side of things. So, Mr. Galbraith, why don't you start? And again, you're both going to be on the 2-minute clock. Why don't you proceed? Unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm John Galbraith, a citizen who cares deeply about the PIA. This bill goes against the foundational principles of the PIA, which are that all persons are entitled to have access to information about the affairs of government, and that this right must be construed in favor of allowing inspection of a public record. It's right in the foundational statutes. Even the AG's own PIA manual says at the very start, and I quote, "The Maryland Public Information Act is based on the enduring principle that public knowledge of government activities is critical to the functioning of a democratic society, that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people must be open to the people." Here are 3 concrete reasons why this bill goes against the PIA's fundamental principles. First, under this bill, custodians can be authorized to ignore a future request on the same or similar topics as a past request, even if the future request is not frivolous or vexatious. Requests should be judged on their own merits, and with this bill, they won't be. Second, this bill allows a custodian to receive any other non-monetary relief against a citizen or organization. So there's basically no limit on what a custodian can be authorized to do. A citizen organization could be banned from receiving any records they might request on any topic, and this total ban can be for any specified period of time, which could be 5 years, 20 years, or even the lifetime of the citizen or the organization. Third, this bill gives custodians a broad new right to sue citizens and organizations directly in circuit court without having the PIA Compliance Board weigh in on the matter. This threat of direct court action by the AG's office will have a profound chilling effect on citizens and organizations who request public records, including the press. We should not add draconian punishments to the PIA, nor should we add the threat of direct lawsuits by the state against citizens and organizations who request information, access to information about the workings of their government. If anything, we should be making the PIA more citizen-friendly and less restrictive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Snyder, why don't you go next?
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Snyder, Executive Director of the Maryland-Delaware D.C. Press Association. We are in opposition to this bill. You may note in my testimony we've undersigned with the ACLU, the Public Justice Center, and the Disability Rights Coalition. However, we are in communication with the Attorney General's office to try and come to some sort of compromise. We recognize that there are sometimes very ambitious requesters that can gum up the works. However, this bill sort of just declares open season on it. Like we heard about Senator Carrozza's constituent, and although the bill, even with amendments, which I think you might have, would allow a custodian to go straight to court. Now, I'm not sure how quickly the courts would rule as opposed to the Public Information Act Compliance Board. So I think like getting actually to the efficacy of what the AG's office is trying to do is really up for debate. But the Public Information Act Compliance Board has opined, there's now precedent, they have 2 opinions, which I linked to in my testimony, about this issue. So they've further defined what vexatious and frivolous means. They have levied some consequences for that particular requester that was a problem. But I urge the committee to reject the overstep by the AG's office. It's a big deal to contemplate suing your citizens and people of the public because they want information about their government. We have worked on amendments. We would hope to come together on this, but as the bill stands now, we do not support and urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take questions. We're going to start with Senator Augustine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
appreciate your testimony. I was looking at it, and it looked like the AG's amendments deal with the biggest parts of what we're talking about. So perhaps when you get a chance to look at it, that'll be helpful. But it does look like they listen to a significant degree, taking out the word abusive, and then also deleting the appropriate non-monetary relief commensurate with the conduct, the things that you had sort of spelled out in there. So there's that. But as someone who has had where folks just like incessantly start asking for things, the same thing over and over and over and over again, I mean, don't we need to do something? Don't we need to have something? Because it's like overwhelms and makes it more difficult for people who perhaps, makes it harder to get the information that you would like to get because someone's having to deal with the same sort of situation over and over again. How do you sort of square that up?
I get it, for sure. I mean, if you look at the opinion that the Public Information Act Compliance Board issued, the two, those were really egregious incidents where I think that requester was, in a 4-month period, had like 60 requests under multiple email addresses. That's a big deal, and that gums it up for everybody else. Where we stand is that the way this bill is written, it doesn't stop the other 25 email addresses that are asking for those things. It doesn't offer relief that's faster than the PIA Compliance Board. Grinding through the court system is not a quick process. And I think the fallout is a lot larger. The Compliance Board is providing more precedent. It does allow for the custodian to ignore certain requests, but I think we have to be really careful in how outsized the reaction is, because the stakes are really big, because you have individuals who, may, I know, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the disability rights community here, but if Leslie Margolis was here, she would say, some people in her constituency can come off as particularly forceful or particularly dogmatic in their requests. And she's worried about them being put forward as a vexatious request. So sitting here as press, granted, a dogged reporter could certainly be considered vexatious. I think this is more an issue of how government interacts with the public, and I don't believe that this bill fixes the problem that we're trying to solve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions for our two witnesses? Okay, thank you both for your testimony. We do have one virtual witness from the Public Justice Center, unfavorable, Deborah Gardner. We're going to bring Deborah, let's pull up Ms. Gardner for her testimony. This will be the final witness on this bill. Ms. Gardner, you need to start your video, if you can hear us or hear me. Okay. Ms. Gardner, you're from the Public Justice Center. You got 2 minutes, and you're signed up unfavorable.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I do appreciate the amendments that the Attorney General's office has provided thus far. Nonetheless, as Ms. Snyder has said, the bill really does still drive a truck through the Public Information Act. And I'll drill into the details on the access to court for the custodian in this context. What makes that especially problematic? Members of the committee across the street were very clear, very horrified, I'm not exaggerating, at the idea that their constituents could be sued by their government for making a Public Information Act request. When the current provision for the Public Information Act Compliance Board to have this power was put forth, the justification was the board would be faster, more user-friendly, cheaper for custodians and requesters alike to address this question of vexatious requests. Now we're being told that custodians need quick relief from the court. PIA cases do not move quickly through the courts, so the only way you're going to get quicker relief from the court than from the board is if you are asking for a temporary restraining order against a citizen for making one or more Public Information Act requests. So you're talking about calling someone into court on a few days' notice to defend themselves against the possibility of an order that they stop communicating with their government for transparency. It's way overkill. It's a dramatic overreaction to the problem, and the Public Justice Center urges an unfavorable report unless those provisions are stricken from the bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions? Okay, seeing none from Ms. Gardner, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 554. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 555. Also, I'm going to call you back up, Mr. Hughes from the AG's office, another bill dealing with the Public Information Act. And this one had to do with, I guess, pending litigation issue. But that said, Sarah Sample, come back up. And those are going to be the two witnesses on the favorable and favorable with amendment side of things. So, Mr. Hughes, again, you take the time you need, and we're on Senate Bill 555.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This bill also about the PIA, but a little bit different. This bill would create a new exemption in the PIA that would allow, but not require, a custodian to withhold certain records that were created because of pending or reasonably anticipated litigation, at least until the litigation is over. The exemption would be in addition to any other exemptions, like the attorney-client privilege or the attorney work product doctrine that might apply to some but not all of the records. And again, before we dive in, we had amendments on this bill as well to clarify and narrow the scope of the original language. I think you've been provided with those, but the bill as amended would apply to records created for purposes of pending or reasonably anticipated litigation, rather than more broadly to any records, quote unquote, pertaining to such litigation, which was the bill as originally introduced. Similar exemptions exist in at least 7 other states. And in some ways, this is similar in spirit to an exemption that exists in our Open Meetings Act that allows public bodies to close meetings to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. This legislation, in our view, would serve 2 primary purposes. The first, it would protect the integrity of the adversarial judicial system by preventing opposing litigants from using the PI to obtain sensitive records created by a government agency for the very purpose of the litigation. In the adversarial system, most litigants can obtain that type of information, if at all, only through the discovery process. But government litigants are put in an unfair disadvantage in litigation if public records laws can be used to obtain sensitive information created for the litigation when the government can't obtain similar information from private parties. And to be clear, under our proposed amendments, the bill would not preclude litigants or potential litigants from obtaining underlying documents that pre-existed the anticipation of litigation and were created in the ordinary course of business, even if they might become relevant evidence in the litigation later. Rather, the proposals aimed at records specifically created for purposes of the pending or anticipated litigation. So that's one. Second purpose, the legislation would also prevent opposing parties or their allies from using the PI as a tool to disrupt a government entity's litigation efforts, including, for example, the affirmative litigation that OAG brings to vindicate the public interest and rights of Marylanders. As explained in our written testimony, these aren't just theoretical concerns. Sometimes PI requests, often from third parties allied with litigants, even seem to be designed specifically to disrupt the work of the government attorneys working on the litigation. A good example of that would be many PI requests that OAG received during the first Trump administration from groups that seemed to be allied with the federal administration, seeking documents that were created for purposes of the litigation that OAG was involved in. The proposed exemption would have this effect in part by clarifying the ability of custodians to withhold sensitive documents created because of the litigation. Although many such records are already protected by existing privileges, an exemption like this one would clarify the presumptive protection applies to all these records without having to go through document by document or line by line to determine whether the documents are protected by some of these tricky legal doctrines. That lessens the disruption that can be caused by a request along those lines. And then finally, I want to address some of the concerns that I know the opponents have had about this bill. First, I know there were legitimate concerns about the scope of what records, quote unquote, pertaining to meant in the bill as introduced, and we've tried to address those concerns through our amendments. And when clarified through the amendments, I hope it's clear how requiring government agencies to produce these kinds of records can put them in an unfair disadvantage in litigation. And second, I know there are concerns about what reasonably anticipated litigation means. I want to make clear it's not a phrase we've made up or that gives custodians unfettered discretion. It's a well-known standard frequently used in the law, including for determining when documents might be protected by the attorney work product doctrine. So there is a body of law that would be used to cabin that term. And then finally, I just want to note that to invoke the exemption, like all discretionary exemptions in the PIA, the custodian would have to be able to demonstrate the disclosure of the records would be contrary to the public interest. And the requester also has the same rights to challenge the denial as under any other PIA exemption. So in conclusion, OAG urges a favorable report respectfully on Senate Bill 555 with our proposed amendments. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might
Again,
have.
let's take Ms. Sample first. Then
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, we'll take questions.
Thank you again for having me. My name is Sarah Sample from the Maryland Association of Counties, and you did a great job covering most of the things that I was going to pick and point out as priorities as well. I just wanted to say that we really appreciate that the bill is written to say may deny, because it still ensures that integrity in the process, that we have to review it before we can actually deny it. And we do think that this would just help avoid harm to certain proceedings that could affect all the parties that are involved with particular litigation. And while there are some allowances for these denials, we think that the language of the bill will help get at the intent a little bit better when it comes to any work product, whether it was developed by an attorney and it could have been developed by another staffer, but somebody who works on the litigation. So we think that's a good thing. So we appreciate the clarifications. Again, it says may deny, so we still have to review it. We are happy with the amendments that have been proposed, and we would support with SB 555.
Okay, questions for our two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to the same unfavorables as last time. We're going to go to Mr. Galbraith, if you want to come back up here, and Rebecca Snyder. So, Mr. Galbraith, why don't you again lead off, signed up unfavorable on the 2-minute clock on
Thank
Senate
you,
Bill
Mr.
555.
Chair and committee members. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to focus on the amendments that were discussed. Even with the amended language, though, custodian can still compile already existing public documents, either for pending or anticipated litigation, and lock away those documents for the life of the litigation, which might be years. Sometimes the litigation takes years. The custodian can then deny citizens and the press access to those public documents, even if those citizens or the press don't have anything to do with the pending or anticipated litigation. In other words, these folks aren't trying to use the PIA instead of discovery. They're not the problem that this thing addresses, but they still are denied access to these public records. This bill would also hurt the public's ability, even as amended, to learn about important litigation involving the state or state entities. For example, the press or the public at large would have a legitimate interest in a public corruption case in which the state or its employee is a party. The press or the public at large would also have a legitimate interest in a case which the state is bringing against a company or other entity. In both these situations, the bill would allow custodians to deny the press or the public access to records about such cases, and it would hurt the public's ability to learn about them. Maryland does not have a state inspector general to provide an independent oversight of state agency practices and procedures. So the PIA serves as a critical tool for public oversight. We should be strengthening it, not weakening it. We should not be further restricting the people's access to information about the workings of their government. Open and transparent government is the cornerstone of a free and democratic society, and this bill would usher in a new era of closed, not open government and opaque, not transparent government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Snyder?
Good afternoon, committee. Again, for the record, I'm Rebecca Snyder, Executive Director of the MDDC Press Association. We are urging an unfavorable report on this bill. We have talked to the Attorney General's office to see if there's a path forward. We believe that there is not. We believe also that this is an overreach and a wide expansion by the Attorney General to put government on the same footing as private attorneys. This is not, public documents are public. And if something is compiled for anticipated litigation, those component pieces of the compiled record should still be public documents. We see here that the attorney work privilege is a standard that's already in place that governs this information. We feel like it satisfies the requirements and the needs. And what we're worried about from a press standpoint is if a requester asks for some information not related to the press, whatever, suddenly the custodian is saying, gosh, that's probably going to turn to litigation, maybe based on who the requester is or what they're asking for. And then when the press goes and asks for it, that's suddenly under anticipated litigation, and no one can get that information. And that is a huge disservice to the public. We think that this is a bill that, this bill can't be saved. We really are trying on 554, but 555 we really just don't think is something that's appropriate, and we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, do any questions for our two witnesses unfavorable? Okay, seeing none, thank you both for your testimony. We do have one virtual witness, as was the case the last time. We've got Deborah Gardner back in the queue. Unfavorable, Ms. Gardner, welcome back.
Thank
2
you.
minutes on unfavorable and 555.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. I just want to emphasize a couple of things. The government seeks here to be on the same footing as private litigants, but it's not. It has a democracy-based obligation of transparency and accountability to the public, and that's not the case for private litigants. If the government wants to avoid having to answer Public Information Act requests during pending litigation, it should seek relief from the court. If those requests are coming from the litigants, it should seek relief from the court. And the doctrines that would shield records that are not public, attorney work product, attorney-client privilege, those exist already. At no point has anyone from the Attorney General's office defined what other justification other than those existing privileges would warrant shielding public records because someone is asking for them related somehow to litigation. Regarding reasonably anticipated litigation, the problem here is not that there isn't case law to define that. The problem is that the way it plays out in reality, if this bill were to pass, is that a sole employee in a government office decides in the first instance, solely on their own, solely subjectively, whether they are reasonably anticipating litigation. And they could do so based solely on the request from an organization like the Public Justice Center. I ask you for information. You think I might sue you, so you now reasonably anticipate litigation, and you say no to my request. And then, as Ms. Snyder pointed out, then anybody else trying to get the same information will be blocked for the same reason. We do think that the bill is a grotesque overreach and urge an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Gardner? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 555. We're going to jump to the back of the calendar. We're going to take Senator Gallion next because I know he's got some witnesses. They're all here, and we're going to. So we're going to go to Senate Bill 480 next, and I'm going to call up his sponsor panelists are Stephanie Lansing. Actually, I see Andrew Castley. I don't know if Andrew's formally part of it, but you're signed up favorable. Take a seat. Okay, Jonathan Harding, Sarah Peters. Is Carvel Collins here? Carvel. And then, sure. Okay. Good. But just write it on this. Okay. Okay, let me hold on to this. Okay. Okay, we're going to start with this panel. We do actually have a supplemental few witnesses here, so late add-on. But you're going to start, Senator Gallion, on Senate Bill 480. We'll go through the panel, and then we can add a few additional witnesses, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Last year, as you may recall, a bill sponsored by our colleague here on committee, Senator Carrozza, Senate Bill 808, which established a multi-agency work group to ensure the effective adoption of anaerobic digestion technologies in Maryland. This committee recognized the importance of that legislation in advancing our efforts to capture methane gas from decomposing organic material, such as animal manure and food waste, and convert it to clean, renewable biogas. The legislation before you today, SB 480, Clean Energy Procurement Program, is a logical next step in developing this homegrown energy source. This bill will help meet our growing energy needs while reducing greenhouse gas emissions by establishing a clean energy procurement program within the Department of General Services. This pilot program has two key objectives. First, it enables DGS to collaborate with other agencies and partners to develop a process for procuring a percentage of renewable natural gas, otherwise known as RNG or biogas, as part of their fossil-derived natural gas purchases. Second, it facilitates an environmental impact study conducted by the University of Maryland to assess the advantages of biogas over non-renewable natural gas. Biogas is a vital component of a comprehensive clean energy strategy. During pre-session briefings this year, we were warned of the urgent need to increase our in-state energy supply to meet growing demand. Beyond its promise as a renewable energy source, anaerobic digestion technology also addresses critical agricultural challenges. Digesters can process not only animal manure, but also animal processing residues, such as dissolved air flotation, or DAF, waste. They extract and clean water for beneficial reuse, such as crop irrigation, and neutralize harmful pathogens in the solids, eliminating odor and reducing food sources for black flies and other pests. The remaining byproduct serves as an excellent natural fertilizer that enhances soil health and crop growth. Most importantly, anaerobic digesters capture methane, preventing its release into the atmosphere and converting it to biogas. The establishment of a clean energy procurement program represents a significant step forward in promoting biogas use in Maryland, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and supporting a more sustainable energy future. We heard in our very first bill hearing today the importance of looking at kind of an all-above approach, and I believe this fits right in with that in respects to energy production. So for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 480.
Okay, you pick who goes next.
Who wants to lead off?
Go ahead. Work right there.
Yeah, okay.
Put that mic and tell us who you are. And you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, each of you, okay?
Wonderful. Greetings. So my name is Dr. Stephanie Lansing. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland, and I'm the lead investigator for the report on anaerobic digestion technology for the state of Maryland. And I'm also part of the anaerobic digestion working group created by Bill 808 last year. What we have been able to do is really show the benefits of anaerobic digestion. We were funded by MDA to really look at anaerobic digestion from animal waste, from the Animal Waste Technology Fund. But what we haven't been able to do is really look at what are the other sources that can come in. We think about food waste, we think about DAF, and those other sources that come in, and thinking about it holistically, as he said, from like a life cycle assessment perspective. If you look at California, California currently has $19 million in funding for food waste digesters and co-digestion, and $17 million for dairy waste digesters. And part of that application process is you have to do a greenhouse gas assessment. They developed a spreadsheet so that you can input that information in. We do not have something like that for Maryland. For us to really understand what is the impact of implementing digesters and meeting our climate change goals. This will really allow us to create that documentation of how the digesters are implemented, what's going into the digester, and how much of a pie piece will implementing that digester reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, whether that's diversion from landfills by the food waste, whether it's covering a dairy lagoon that's currently having biogas go into the atmosphere. It's really about quantifying that and understanding all of the different sources that can go into digesters and whether they go to electricity, natural gas, or other things. How does that affect that life cycle assessment? In our previous life cycle assessments, we showed that just one digester in Cecil County had enough electric power to power 190 homes or offset 4,000 cars a year. The greenhouse gases from 4,000 cars. So we need to do this for the state of Maryland.
Cool. Want to just pass it down? There you go, sir. 2 minutes, and tell us who you are.
Chairman Feldman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jonathan Harding. I serve as the Manager of State Policy for the American Biogas Council, ABC. ABC represents over 400 companies committed to advancing biogas, renewable natural gas production from organic waste streams, including food waste, dairy manure, and wastewater treatment facilities across the United States. European countries have demonstrated the benefits and the value of biogas in the clean energy transition, a renewable source of energy that is a direct replacement for non-renewable carbon-intensive fossil fuels. In 2023, Europe produced 22 billion cubic meters of biogas, preventing 106 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. This production level exceeds the inland natural gas demand of Ireland, Denmark, and Belgium combined, highlighting the significant impact of biogas in meeting energy needs. Countries like Germany and Denmark have extensively integrated RNG into their energy grids, with Denmark on track to supply 100% of its gas grid with RNG by 2030. Currently, 40% of Denmark's gas grid is supplied by RNG. Germany, which is roughly the same size as Montana, operates nearly 10,000 anaerobic digesters, a stark contrast to the U.S., showcasing how biogas can be a dominant energy source in the developed economy. In the U.S., the biogas industry is less mature compared to Europe, but growing rapidly, with over 2,300 anaerobic digester systems in operation and 15,000 potential new sites identified. Developing these projects could generate 103 billion kilowatt hours of electricity annually and cutting emissions to the equivalent of removing 117 million passenger vehicles from the road. Additionally, additionally, these sites can produce enough RNG to replace approximately 10% of the country's current natural gas consumption, significantly reducing methane emissions. In 2024 alone, 25 new facilities became operational, marking 17% growth in the sector. Maryland has legislatively established itself as a food waste diversion leader and also in sustainably and in addition to their ambitious decarbonization efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castley.
Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed committee members, for the record, my name is Andrew Castley, testifying on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo in support of Senate Bill 480. I'm honored to be able to come before you all today. Essentially, this bill is a very simple bill. It does two things. First of all, when the state purchases renewable natural gas or natural gas for their facilities, currently right now DGS has procurement process where they purchase natural gas to heat buildings like the one we're in right now, and every building that's on this campus is being heated by natural gas, just like the university systems. When they get together to do that, when they're purchasing it, this bill would require that they would consider purchasing renewable natural gas or biogas to supplement some of that. Very simple. The second part of this bill would require the University of Maryland to actually do a study to determine what are the environmental impacts or benefits, if you will, of using biogas over fracked natural gas. That's it. It's pretty simple. The whole intent of this bill is to support Governor Moore's climate pollution reduction plan, with a directive that every agency will, quote, work to address climate change and ensure a just transition to a clean economy. So I have to be honest, I was a little confused when I was reading some of the tepid information letters that you all received from the agencies that seemed to be directly contradicting the goals of the governor's plans that they submitted. I would like to urge you to review MDE's climate pollution reduction plan. They have two key goals. First, reduce methane generating waste entering landfills through waste diversion methods such as anaerobic digestion. And secondly, transition from the renewable energy portfolio to a clean energy standard that incorporates all forms of renewable energy, including anaerobic digesters. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go Ms. Collins, then we'll go to Ms. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Carville Collins here on behalf of Columbia Gas of Maryland. We are the local natural gas utility serving Western Maryland. Our written testimony you have, and there is also written testimony supporting this bill from other gas utilities in the state. Just an observation that I believe the committee would acknowledge, and certainly appropriate for today, Energy Day before this committee. Maryland needs at least 4 things to secure its energy future. Adequacy of energy resources, the all or above approach. Secondly, adequacy of energy sources now and when needed. Third, the continued pursuit of greenhouse gas emissions reductions and climate solutions. And fourth, energy affordability. In a measured and pilot program approach, this bill advances all 4, I submit. This is a proven and fast developing energy resource. It is available now because there is an existing distribution and delivery system in place. Specifically, biogas is ready to use in existing natural gas utility infrastructure, and it can be injected into existing pipelines to immediately begin reducing natural gas carbon content. Not 6 or 8 or 10 years from now, as is required for some other energy sources that you've heard about today, but now. Further, biogas can be used in existing natural gas equipment, allowing decarbonization without the need to replace or retrofit systems. Although biogas may be a bit more expensive than natural gas, biogas can be a lower cost way to decarbonize heating systems. And the studies that are provided for under this bill can help us improve upon this prospect for finding lower cost ways to decarbonize. We urge your support. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Peters.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sarah Peters here on behalf of the Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Energy Solutions. We're a diverse stakeholder group that includes representatives from organized labor, manufacturing, energy production, transportation, public utilities, et cetera. We advocate for an all energy approach. Not to repeat everyone, but we have the waste streams. We have the agriculture waste streams, the wastewater, the landfills, and we also have climate goals. I don't know why we would not work together to use both mechanisms to reach some of those goals. And so for that reason, we support Senate Bill 480. Biogas presents an innovative and immediate opportunity to leverage existing waste streams to create a sustainable energy source. In this way, methane emissions from food waste, animal manure, wastewater sludge, and other organic materials are repurposed into a renewable, ultra-low to zero carbon energy source. As Maryland continues its transition to a cleaner energy future, the use of biogas can play a pivotal role in decarbonizing hard-to-electrify sectors, including heavy-duty transportation. The ability of biogas to integrate into existing infrastructure makes it an efficient and cost-effective tool for reducing overall emissions. For that reason, we thank the sponsor for introducing this bill, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. We have one question from Senator Tarr, and then we've got Senator Watson. Okay, we've got some questions. Senator Tarr, your lead off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the bill. Mr. Castley, you mentioned that you were surprised and disappointed by the agency letters in opposition. Can you elaborate?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So just for clarification, when we were working on this piece of legislation, the first thing that we did is we met with all the stakeholders, including the agencies, to make sure that there was no issues that, we could rectify their concerns within the legislation. So, for example, when we met with DJS about their procurement program, one of the things that we mentioned was the fact that they submitted their pollution reduction plan, and in their plan that they submitted, they say, quote, they were going to focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, energy reduction, while increasing the amount of renewable energy purchased by the state. So we thought, okay, this legislation fits perfect into what DJS's goals are. But when we met with them, they did have a concern. They said, we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we'd have to buy more expensive renewable natural gas at the cost of the state. So acknowledging that, we went back and we made some changes to the legislation, and you'll see it's a short bill. At the very end of the bill, there's basically a disclaimer in there that says, if the quantity, quality, and price are not competitive at any one time, boom, they don't have to move forward. So when they're looking at making their purchase, all they have to do is, as they're doing their natural gas purchases, just do a quick check to see, okay, is there enough RNG and what is the price? So when they put in their letter, DGS's letter says it's going to require at a minimum hiring one dedicated person. It seems a little bit excessive because it's only they already have the staff on board. So having to hire a whole nother person just to make that quick check seemed a bit excessive. When I looked at MEA's letter, they seem to be apparently saving time and energy because they just recycled their letter from last year, which has the exact same concerns, where they're saying they acknowledge the benefits of biogas, but at the same time they say, it could cost more and there might not be availability. We've already addressed that issue in the amendment that we added to the legislation. We met with DNR. We explained to them that the Maryland Power Plant Research Program, the sole point of that piece is to focus on renewable energy projects. We believe this is an incredible opportunity for them to expand their renewable energy portfolio. So we felt like it's exactly in keeping with their mission. But I will say there is one other piece that there may be some confusion. The university letter seems to cast doubt on whether or not they could perform this. You all should be receiving, put out a press release that was recently released by the Department of Energy, where they're highlighting a grant that they just put out in partnership with Montgomery County, who is always leading the way. Thank you very much. They recently received a grant in partnership with the university system to do an actual study, if you will, to see if they could use anaerobic digesters to actually take waste, refine it into biogas, then continue to refine it into hydrogen for use in their transit systems. And the exact wording is, if you look at the actual wording on the grant, says to conduct a multi-factor feasibility study qualifying the technical, environmental, and economic benefits of processing organics utilizing anaerobic digestion to generate hydrogen upgraded from biogas for a fuel bus. This is cutting edge, and the university is working with the county to actually perform this study. I would suggest that this is far more in depth than the study that they would be required to do on this piece of legislation. So I would submit that they're more than qualified to conduct that study. But I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, let's go Brooks, Carozza, Washington, and then maybe the vice chair can get the final question, then we can move on. So Senator Brooks, you're
Thanks, Chair. This could be for anyone. How does Senate Bill 480 ensure that Maryland's clean energy procurement program balances affordability, reliability, and environmental impact, particularly in integrating biogas with other renewable energy sources into the state energy mix?
So I'm happy to jump in on that, Senator. Okay. So first of all, we know you all have sat through multiple briefings where we're on the forefront of about to massively increase our use of natural gas because it's used as a bridge fuel as we transition off of other fuels such as coal and things like that. Right. So we know that we're about to increase our use. Okay. By supplementing the use of natural gas with biogas, which is created from, as you know, is creating from decomposing organic material. Mm-hmm. It's an energy source already. We're producing that material already. Mm-hmm. If we can capture that and use it as a renewable energy source, one, we're diversifying our energy source. Mm-hmm. You'll see DNR focuses most of their efforts on the development of solar, which I support solar and wind, but the reality is solar is only 24% reliable. Wind is 35%. Biogas is 98% reliable, ready to go. And so by diversifying our energy, by taking the all-above approach, it offers tremendous benefits for the state.
Mm-hmm. But how do we ensure a stable supply
That's a great question. Right now, we're just now getting started, and so there isn't enough supply. By creating legislation like this body we've passed multiple pieces of legislation to start the diversion process to divert organics. This is the first piece of legislation that would actually look and say, okay, what are the byproducts of diverting? When you divert organic waste, you produce clean water, you produce a soil amendment, and you produce renewable natural gas. If we can supplement or encourage that market, we'll see more people come to the table and start developing the industry. Looks like you want to.
I'll just add to that. The one thing about biogas, it is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a bacterial that happens. So we know once we put a generator in exactly how much biogas we're going to get every day. We won't know when the sun shines or when the wind blows, but we do know those digesters, as you said, are 98% online. They're very stable. One of the things that Germany does is they do where they'll actually hold the biogas for like 4 or 5 p.m. when they need kind of more energy and their solar's down, and they'll use that as a grid stability. So that's a lot of what Germany does, is using digesters for grid stability.
And Dr. Lansing, I want to say I enjoyed that day when we came out to the tour. So, okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Carrozza, and then we'll go to Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Gallion, for the bill. And just this is directed to Mr. Castley. Last year we had the bill that we worked on, which laid the groundwork. It seems just kind of trying to put the pieces together. This is the next logical, necessary step with the setting up the procurement program. You mentioned, as I recall last year when we worked on this, we had the Maryland Department of Agriculture involved. They were very supportive and we worked with them. I noticed that they had not weighed in, so I didn't know if there was any interaction with them. And I would note on, because it was mentioned, opposition of the departments, but it was really informational as opposed to opposition. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And I appreciate the clarification. There was no opposition. There were letters of information. Sometimes letters of information can be, I just wanted to clarify some of the points that were being made in the letters of information. Some of them appeared to be issues, and I wanted to make sure the committee understood that there are solutions for every single one of the issues that were raised in the letters. We've worked very closely with the Department of Agriculture. As you know, one of the issues that the agriculture industry is trying to address at this point is really the appropriate processing of dissolved air flotation or DAF waste. It's a big challenge for them. They would like to see a switch from land application to prior processing through anaerobic digestion. So they're very much in favor of moving this industry forward and using it as a resource for our current agricultural processes.
So we could get them to weigh in on this bill as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure we could get them to weigh in.
Yeah, and I'll add one thing. So the Senate Bill 808 from last year set up the Anaerobic Digestion Committee, and the Department of Agriculture is actually leading that committee. It also has people from Energy Administration, from Maryland Department of Environment. So it's really trying to bring together all the pieces, whether it's food waste or animal waste. And so that committee, I mean, we're meeting on Monday. It's a very active committee, and Department of Agriculture is leading that committee right now.
Thank you for the update.
Okay, let's go to Senator Washington, then the Vice Chair will have the last word on this.
Thank you so much. I think my questioning will continue this conversation about moving forward and if we're skipping a step, because I was looking for reference to what was identified to the committee and its role in establishing the market. And then I realized that this is a procurement, right? So we're sort of jumping to the procurement of it when it's not clear just yet, you know, what the industry is, how it's moving along. I like the idea. I was very impressed with what we saw, and I would very much like to see the transition. But could you comment on, why is a procurement the next step? Yeah.
Senator, that's an excellent question. I appreciate you asking that. So the work group that is currently up and running, the sole purpose of that work group is the General Assembly has passed over 8 pieces of legislation to divert organics. They have already agreed that the science makes sense. This is the direction we need to go. The purpose of the work group was to identify obstacles, if you will, much of them resulting on permitting, because it's a new industry, there's a lot of confusion, if you will, about what are the permits that are needed, where is the appropriate placement. And in some cases, when the very first facility that went up in Maryland on simply with food waste, we were working directly with the Department of the Environment to develop regulations as we were putting it together. So there's a lot of legwork that needs to be done to actually address those issues. This piece of legislation is simply focusing on, we understand the science and the technology behind it. We understand we need to move it forward, but now we're to the point where we say, okay, now we need to make sure that the products that we're producing are actually being consumed. There's actually a market for them. So we've put on a lot of work to make sure that the soil amendment that results, the solids that resent, have a market to them. And we're currently working with different sources of academia, such as Johns Hopkins University and University of Maryland, to develop the soils end. The reuse of the water, there's an EPA program right now called Beneficial Reuse Program, where they're looking to find beneficial reuses to recycled water. And what this does is say, this is the energy piece. We're hoping the state will step up and lead by example and say, we know it's important to diversify our energy plan, and we're going to actually put our money where our mouth is and say, every single time we purchase natural gas, we're going to stop and take a look over and say, is the market there? Are they starting to produce enough? And is it as a viable cost? Thank you.
I just have,
Sure.
So is the Maryland Green Purchasing Committee an existing entity?
Yes, it is.
And the work, is this specific bill a recommendation out of the work group? Was there a report written and said that this is the next step?
There have been a few work groups that the work groups in this area started back in 2017.
I understand. I'm just saying, is there an official recommendation that we?
You mean to push the markets?
Yeah, for this bill, that this is the next step. If no is the answer, that's fine. I'm just asking. It's not rhetorical.
I don't know if most of the work group's efforts have been on providing the infrastructure, if you will. So I don't know that they've gone to the direction of saying we need to make sure that there's a market.
Right.
But
thank you.
Because we have a little bit of a logistical issue. Okay, Senator Kagan, real quick question, because we want to get Senator Kramer up here real quick about something. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question for any one of you to answer in one sentence. This has a sunset of 3 years, 3 years and 9 months. Is that sufficient to be able to launch this and measure whether it's successful and whether it should be extended? One of you, super briefly. Are you good? Is the sunset okay? 28? Okay. I'm seeing nodding. Thank you, Carville. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Could I just ask, so if you guys could just go back to one row, because we have a couple more witnesses, but we want to get Senator Kramer up here for one witness. He's being called up to finance with a big bill, and he's the sponsor, and he has a one-person bill here, and we want to get him, and he's being called. They're having a heart attack up there in the Finance Committee, so let's go to very quickly to Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 750. It is true, Senate Bill 753, and there's one witness unfavorable. Is Mayor Meehan here from Motion City?
No, I've heard that he has.
Okay, that's you. So you're the only witness, Senate Bill 75-3. Why don't you give us your testimony and then rush upstairs, get us out of trouble.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce. This one should be easy peasy. It's not complex, colleagues. Senate Bill 753. I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding about it. It does apply to offshore wind farms. I am not offering any commentary on offshore wind, although I think it's an incredibly valuable tool for moving forward to reduce our carbon footprint. But in response to concerns that have been raised by the good folks of Ocean City, and I hope the good senator who represents that community is tuned in very closely, the bill simply provides that during nighttime hours, when the offshore wind turbines are doing their thing, that rather than have the airplane lighting system lit constantly, that it only come on when radar detects an airplane. This technology is in use all through Europe for offshore wind turbines. The whole point is nighttime preservation of the view shed. So instead of on the horizon seeing a stream of red lights blinking across the horizon, you will see nothing unless and until an airplane is detected. The lights will activate. They'll make sure until the plane passes that it's now clear and safe, and then the lights go back off. That's all the bill does. Does not affect anything else with regard to offshore wind. And God bless, thank you. I will quickly note that the Maryland Energy Administration sent you all a letter of information, which again I think may add to confusion, as the letter states that there are 3 agencies that already have regulatory requirements for offshore wind turbines to actually have nighttime lighting capability. That's a given. The point of this bill is simply, yes, they have that installed, but now they're going to have the radar detection system that keeps them off until they need to be activated. Once again, used throughout the rest of the world for offshore wind turbines. Mr. Chair, I'm unaware of any requirement currently for that type of activation system. I thank you, bless your
Go
heart,
upstairs,
committee.
but wait, but let me just say the record's open. If Senator Carrozza has some written questions for you about this bill, in fact,
help me to help you, good senator.
Do you have? We'll. Okay, one quick question, then we're going to send them back.
One brief question, Senator Kramer. With the federal pause on Maryland's proposed offshore wind turbine project for at least the foreseeable future and probably beyond, what would be the sense of urgency in passing Senate Bill 753 this session?
What would be the harm in passing it during the 2025 session, my dear colleague, to give your constituents a little bit of reassurance that the nighttime view shed will be protected if and when we get back to the reality of getting off of fossil fuels.
Okay.
So with that,
Senator
Mr.
Kramer,
Chair?
you know, we brought you in here. I think you need to get back upstairs.
Thank you.
So that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 753. Okay, panel, why don't you come back up, because I know Senator Hester was in the process of asking a question, and then we do have a couple more witnesses after this. And so, Senator Hester, I know that you had a question when we broke, and so we're going to go back. Well, you know, it's just tomorrow. I'm not cutting anybody off. Just.
I just wanted to clarify that there is, I mean, we have done procurements for other things, and so this kind of falls in line. And what I was looking at, the fiscal note is this, the analysis says that the bill's requirements apply only if the biogas is competitively priced, the quality of the biogas is satisfactory, and the biogas is readily available. So there's really there's a huge escape clause there.
Correct.
So we're only going to do it if it's cost effective, and so why not? Is that correct? Is that accurate?
That's a great point, Senator. That's exactly it. I mean, the bottom line is all this bill does is say that when you're purchasing non-renewable natural gas, you pause and take a look to say, have we gotten to the point where we're producing the quantity, quality, and they feel like the delta in cost is appropriate, that we can start moving in that direction. That's exactly it.
And thank you,
additional questions for
Senator
this?
Hester. Thank you for your co-sponsorship of this bill, making this bipartisan bill.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We do have Brian Quinn right behind you. We didn't have enough seats at the table, so Mr. Quinn, why don't you come up? You're signed up favorable. And then we have one unfavorable witness. So Mr. Quinn, you're on the 2-minute clocks. Straight favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The best for last. Brian Quinn here on behalf of Chesapeake Utilities. I'm just going to take my 2 minutes to tell you a quick story. Back in 2012, a group of business entrepreneurs and scientists partnered with a local farmer down in Pocomoke City in Worcester County to start a company called Planet Found Energy Development. Planet Found developed an anaerobic digestion facility located in Pocomoke to reduce the amount of phosphorus contained in poultry litter that would otherwise be land applied, and to repurpose that litter to generate electricity. Anaerobic digestion of poultry litter is much less common compared to other feedstocks due to its relatively low moisture content. Planet Found partnered with the Department of Agriculture in the past, and it's important to note that the feedstock processed by Planet Found is broiler litter, which is chicken litter, feathers, bedding, which constitutes the majority of litter produced on the Eastern Shore. And that speaks to the different types of feedstocks that can support this technology. The University of Maryland evaluated the Planet Found digester. The professor you just heard from was the one who prepared the report over a 30-month period. And I want to quote from her conclusions. The results showed that using digestion to convert poultry litter to biogas and fertilizer is possible and would have led to, assessment results showed that double or triple the poultry litter loading rate would have led to more biogas production and more diversion. Planet Found today processes between 900 and 1,200 tons of poultry litter a year. And they also use the digestate as potting soil. So my company, my client, purchased this facility back in 2022 and just recently installed cleaning facilities and pipeline facilities to clean that gas and inject it into the system today. It started in October 2024. And they're going to be the first company to use this type of poultry litter, clean the biogas, and inject it into the system that we have currently. So just wanted to provide that story for you. Happy to come down to Worcester County, put your boots on, and have a look at the facility.
Okay, questions for Mr. Quinn? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have one unfavorable, Chloe Waterman. I see Ms. Waterman in the house, so why don't you come up, Chloe, you're signed up unfavorable, and you're going to be on the clock. And so whenever you're ready, proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Great to be before you today. My name is Chloe Waterman. I am with the organization Friends of the Earth, and we are unfavorable. Appreciate the intention, certainly, to reduce emissions and to align with the state's climate goals, but we do not think this bill will achieve this, and I think that's why you don't see any environmental organizations supporting this bill, and you certainly don't see environmental justice organizations or organizations who are impacted directly by CAFO's concentrated animal feeding operations, which are really the feedstock for manure biogas. You can't have manure biogas unless you have high concentrations of animals living together, creating harms to public health, emissions. But then when you add these things, you can even add novel public health and environmental concerns, such as increased ammonia emissions. You have your higher concentrations of nutrients in the digestate, which are then more water soluble and contribute to the pollution in the bay. You have more pipelines. You have trucks bringing this manure around. And this is especially counterproductive in the case of poultry, as the last witness was talking about. Poultry produces dry litter that does not produce methane emissions naturally. So to produce biogas from poultry, you have to add water to it so that it starts producing methane. And then you're going to have methane emissions produced from the leakage. So for all of those reasons, Friends of the Earth is opposed to this bill, and we urge an unfavorable report. I think there are much more efficient ways for the state to meet its climate goals that do not come with these harms, that are much better proven, that have more solid evidence behind them. And I'll end early and happy to take any questions.
Okay, let's go Senator Augustine and then Senator Hester.
Yeah, mine's not a question. It's just it's good to see my neighbor and constituent, Chloe. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator. I have an amazing senator.
Thank you.
I don't know. It's okay. Senator Hester.
I agree that you have an amazing senator. It's very nice to meet you. But my question is, do you happen to know how much the state currently spends to export poultry litter? And what would you propose that we do with it instead?
I don't know the amount that the state currently spends to export poultry litter, but I'd be happy to look into that and get back to you. And what I would propose instead is a combination of composting and transitioning away from the concentration of poultry production that we have on the Eastern Shore. My concern is that this bill, I've done my own research, I'm also an economist, and looked at the growth of herd sizes from facilities that have digesters, and they're actually increasing their animals to take advantage of this new profit stream. So this could increase consolidation of the poultry industry on the Eastern Shore and grow that industry at a time where we need to responsibly transition away from it in a way that, protects the folks whose livelihoods are dependent upon it.
Okay, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to ask, were you aware with the testimony that was just presented about the Planet Found in my district, that was the development included scientists, farmers, in cooperation with the University of Maryland Eastern Shore and the University of Maryland College Park?
Was I aware of that?
Yes.
I was aware not of all of the specific collaborators, but the project was familiar to me.
I just thought it was, significant to have both University of Maryland Eastern Shore and University of Maryland College Park involved, and I just wanted to see if you were aware of that collaboration.
I definitely know of, Dr. Lansing's work and the work that University of Maryland College Park does on this issue. I'm less familiar with the University of Maryland Eastern Shore's contributions.
It's an ag land grant.
Oh, I know the
historically
university, but just their position or contributions to this issue, I can't speak to.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Waterman? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 480. We're going to go to Senator Guile. Welcome back, Senator. We're on Senate Bill 491, and I've got Dana Burrell. Is Dana Burrell here?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay. Well, Jim Campbell here? I see. Oh, he had to leave. Okay, well, we've got Captain Lynn Nash here. I know that for sure. I'm sorry that Mr. Campbell had to leave. And Dana Burrell is listed, not virtual. We have one virtual witness, Robert Doyle. Okay, we have two virtual witnesses.
Ms. Burrell's virtual too?
Okay, it's good. Dana Burrell and Robert Doyle virtual? Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll start. Senator Guile, you take the time, and then we'll go to Captain Nash, and then we'll go to our two virtual witnesses.
All right.
So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Senate Bill 491 would broaden the eligibility criteria for veterans seeking to upgrade their discharge status from less than honorable to honorable for the purpose of accessing state benefits, ensuring alignment with existing federal policy. By way of background, when service members are separated from service, the Department of Defense authorized 6 characterizations of service for military service members to receive upon discharge: honorable, under honorable conditions, under other than honorable conditions, bad conduct, dishonorable, and uncharacterized. Federal and state benefits are withheld from veterans who are not discharged as honorable or general, otherwise known as less than honorable. For decades, service members received less than honorable discharges due to reasons that are no longer considered valid grounds for such classifications. These include mental health conditions, including post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, sexual assault or harassment during military service, i.e. military sexual trauma or MST, including sexual orientation, including under the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy. After federal policy changes, such as the repeal of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs established a process for veterans to apply for a discharge upgrade if their less than honorable classification was based on conduct that is no longer considered grounds for such a status. This process enables veterans to seek upgrades for the reasons outlined above, ensuring that they receive recognition and the benefits that they deserve. Under existing law, Maryland already provides a process for veterans to request reconsideration of their eligibility for state benefits if their discharge was based on a statement or consensual act related to their sexual orientation or gender identity, conduct that was prohibited by the military or naval service at the time of their discharge. Senate Bill 491 would expand the grounds for reconsideration to include a diagnosis of PTSD or TBI made by a licensed healthcare provider at a U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs facility, or a disclosed experience of sexual trauma reported to a licensed healthcare provider at a designated VA facility. This expansion aligns Maryland's discharge upgrade process with federal VA policy, ensuring greater consistency and fairness for affected veterans. Additionally, I'm offering a sponsor amendment that has been submitted to correct a minor drafting error and clarify the specific circumstances into which the expanded process may be applied. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 491. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Guile. Captain Nash, why don't you go next?
Captain Nash from the Maryland Military Coalition. So this bill is really about trying to make a victim whole again. So in speaking about military sexual trauma, in 2023, DOD said that 29,000 people had been affected and that 25% of active duty women were sexually harassed. That was a decrease. However, independent data was like 2.5 times more than that, 73,695. And during that period of 2021 through 2023, 24% of women were experienced sexual assault and 1.9% of men serving. This is during a period when DOD was doing a great deal to try to fix the problem. There were 10 DOD Inspector General reports, 60 government accountability recommendations, 200 governmental panels and task force recommendations. If you remember, I am Vanessa Gillian, who was an active duty soldier that was sexually harassed and then killed and mutilated. So, and there were more than 50 Secretary of Defense initiatives to try to fix this problem. Sexual trauma is a wound that doesn't show, and it's often difficult to heal. So for this, we ask for a favorable report with the recommended changes to it to amend the bill. So the amendment was to correct the citation so that it actually follows to the direct piece of U.S. code, and that we expand it to include DOD facilities. So if somebody submits that they've had a trauma, that they don't need to go back through the whole disclosure piece with another facility.
Okay, thank you. Since we've got the two virtual witnesses and they're part of Senator Giles' panel anyway, why don't we take the two virtual witnesses and then we'll take any questions. So Mr. Doyle, I see you there, and each going to have 2 minutes. You're both signed up favorable as part of Senator Giles' panel. So Mr. Doyle, why don't you proceed on the, oh, I'm sorry, Secretary. Yeah, we'll get Secretary Burrell next. So I actually couldn't see her, but Mr. Doyle, why don't you start?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee. I'm Bob Doyle. I'm the co-chair of the State Legislative Committee of Maryland National Active and Retired Federal Employees, representing about 317,000 federal annuitants and employees in Maryland. On behalf of our more than 3,100 veterans who are Maryland North members and all other Maryland veterans, we support and ask you for a favorable report on SB 491. We thank Senator Guile for introducing this bill. Senator Guile did a great job of explaining the bill, and I'm not going to talk about that. We submitted a written statement to you, but a few things that we learned during our research. We found so many large numbers of veterans receiving the discharges other than honorable because of their service-related experiences of the PTSD and traumatic brain injury and the military sexual trauma. For example, an early study showed in 2014, Department of Defense said almost 13%, of post 9/11 veterans received a less than honorable discharge for these reasons. The Army separated many people during that time who had mental health disabilities like PTSD or TBI for their misconduct, despite the reforms that they were going through at that time to give more consideration to these things. There's new Pentagon policy guidance during this era came out to make discharge review boards be more amenable to giving consideration to this kind of PTSD and other things for veterans discharges. I think that's been very good work. If this becomes law, Maryland will join New York and Connecticut in passing a restoration of honor laws. We believe SB 491 is a significant step to honor and help those who served and sacrificed for our nation, but were denied benefits they earned and deserved because of unfairly characterized discharges. SB 91 can help them find the path to recovery and wellness. We ask, please, that you give a favorable report to SB 491. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doyle. We'll go to Deputy Secretary Burrell as our final witness. 2 minutes, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 491. And I do extend my apologies for not being there in person. My name is Dana Burrell. I serve as Deputy Secretary for Military Family Policy and Programs for the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families. Our department has the service mission to lead veterans, service members, and their families through life's transitions. Maryland has long been a leader in supporting those who have served our nation. However, too many veterans have been denied access to state benefits due to the nature of their discharge that, in many cases, resulted from circumstances beyond their control. Senate Bill 491 ensures that veterans who were discharged due to conditions stemming from post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, or military sexual trauma are still entitled to state benefits. These diagnoses or injuries are often the invisible wounds of war and service, impacting behavior, decision-making, and overall well-being. Too often, instead of receiving the care and support that they needed, these veterans were simply discharged, stripping them of the very benefits meant to help them recover. This bill acknowledges the reality of these injuries and ensures that Maryland does not deny benefits to those whose discharges were the result of service-connected trauma, not misconduct. Our department is committed to supporting these veterans. We have established an MOU with the University of Baltimore's Bob Parsons Veterans Advocacy Clinic to refer Maryland veterans with other than honorable discharges to seek legal assistance at the federal level. This bill will ensure recourse and access to benefits at the state level. By passing Senate Bill 491, Maryland is taking a stand for fairness, justice, and the well-being of all who have served. This legislation reaffirms our state's unwavering and inclusive commitment to its veterans. I urge the committee to support the bill and ensure that all Maryland veterans receive the dignity, recognition, and benefits they have earned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Guile or any of the three witnesses? We've got none other than Senator Brooks, veteran, and Senator Simon-Ayer.
That's probably more of a comment. Senator, I want to thank you for bringing this bill forward because, as we know, I mean, you can go in the Army at age 17, or in the military at age 17, and oftentimes, you know, these kids, it's a lot for them to adjust to. And as we all know, the neocortex doesn't fully develop until you're 25. So to expect these young soldiers to make rational decisions in every case, you know, and it could be from, you know, just misconduct or just stressful situations. So yeah, this is an opportunity to give them a chance to correct and get the benefits that not only they deserve, but what they actually earn. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator.
We're going to go to Senator Simon-Ayer next.
Thank you, and thank you for the bill. I'm very sympathetic and support the concept. I'm more of an engineer, so I'm looking at the process and the words.
Sure.
So I don't know if this is to the Deputy Secretary or to the sponsor, but I heard the Deputy Secretary said that they would refer these people who are other than honorable discharge to get help. And so I don't know if it's semantics or not, but is it the department's goal or the sponsor's goal to limit it to that characterization, or is it open to all 6 characterizations?
I think I might. There's a process for to request reconsideration of their eligibility for state benefits. Right now, federal and state benefits are withheld for veterans that are not discharged as honorable or general, otherwise known as less than honorable. So I think it would be for the remaining, maybe Deputy Secretary Burrell, if she wants to chime in also as far as the process. But there already exists a process for veterans to request reconsideration of their eligibility for state benefits. This would expand the grounds to other grounds for reconsideration, including the diagnosis of PTSD, TBI, or disclosed experience of sexual trauma. But maybe Deputy Secretary Burrell, if she wanted to further elucidate.
Yeah, my question is basically there's 6 characterizations.
Mm-hmm.
Is the intent of this legislation just to be other than honorable and above? Or is it for all 6 characterizations that could apply?
Deputy Secretary Burrell, right now, what is the process right now for the existing process to request reconsideration of benefits? Maybe you could chime in.
Sure. For those veterans who received an other than honorable discharge, they would otherwise not be eligible for VA benefits, whether it's health care or financial benefits. So what this does is it expands the Restoration of Honor Act, and it enables veterans who have received those OTH discharges, one, to work with the University of Baltimore as it relates to eligibility for VA benefits and discharge upgrades. But it then allows for those veterans with other than honorable discharges due to conditions that have been diagnosed, post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, military sexual trauma, if they have documentation as received as the bill is presented currently prior to an amendment by a VA healthcare provider, or with the amendment that would include a DoD medical facility, it would then enable them to essentially show proof and then be eligible for state benefits.
And if I could just chime in too, and looking at the list here, so there's 6 characterizations for discharge status, and so they're the first 2 honorable and under honorable conditions or general. Those 2 are allowed benefits. The remaining 4, from my understanding, under other than honorable conditions, bad conduct, dishonorable, or uncharacterized, would not be eligible for benefits. So it sounds like what you're asking is on which of the characterizations, which of the discharge statuses that they could request the reconsideration therefrom?
Right, so you're saying it's basically if it's other than honorable conditions, you could upgrade that to basically honorable.
Correct.
And I think that aligns with federal
Correct.
law. But
Yep.
so my question is, would you have any would you be open to an amendment? Because the language says a discharge less than honorable, which is not one of the characterizations. So could we put in a other than honorable condition discharge? Because it says less than honorable, which would mean everything under it is less than honorable.
I mean, I guess I would have to confirm that aligns with federal law. I mean, I'm not sure what the federal law currently is right now. I think the whole purpose of this is to ensure that we're aligning with what the federal law, what the requests for discharge status upgrade may be, what grounds for reconsideration may be under federal law.
We can talk about that offline. They do
Yeah.
other than dishonorable, and they also have a case where it's administrative court-martial. I think they have one exception. What I'm concerned about is the way the language is now. It would allow it to go down all the way to dishonorable, which could be a murderer or things like that, that we may not want to bring into this. But we can talk about that offline.
I would suggest, why don't you guys can get together, you can bring Deputy Secretary and maybe.
Happy to do so.
I think
If I can just ask,
yeah.
just
Sure.
different question.
Go on.
Just to get on, I understand there's a federal process in place now to get upgraded. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is, why are we doing it here in Maryland if the process is already there to change their status?
I'm going to let the Deputy Secretary Burrell answer that question because she's more familiar with the process of obtaining state benefits.
Sure. So it is 2 separate processes. It would be at the discretion of it can be a very convoluted and long-standing process for a veteran to go through in requesting a discharge upgrade. This just enables us to be a little more, I guess you could say, flexible. If a VA healthcare facility or a DoD facility, if that amendment is accepted, to be able to recognize that individual as having been discharged under less than honorable conditions, making them then eligible for state benefits.
Okay, so what that would do in essence would say that federal did not grant it, but Maryland would. So I hear you keep talking about a process. All I see in the bill is basically saying that they will get honorable conditions if they were diagnosed or experienced sexual trauma. I don't see a process. It seems automatic. What is the process in this bill? In other words, if the federal government denied it, and then you come to the state, and they just show you that they had a diagnosis of PTSD or something, that's it?
I mean, my understanding is that already under existing law, there is a process to request reconsideration for their eligibility, existing for sexual orientation or gender identity for discharge based on those specific conditions. And so this would follow that same process and just expand on those grounds. As far as the nuts and bolts, as far as as to what the process happens, I mean, I don't know if Deputy Secretary Burrell has information about that.
When the Restoration of Honor Act was passed several years ago, we implemented a procedure for veterans who were discharged due to sexual orientation, whereby they are able to work with our service program and also the University of Baltimore's Veterans Advocacy Clinic to determine their eligibility for state benefits.
Okay, and
We
this will
have
be
a
my last
procedure
question,
that's
Mr.
been
Chair.
put in place.
Okay, so state law doesn't have any requirements, but are you saying through regulation you added on to this that they have to go through some process?
It's my understanding that we do not have regulations. No, we do have regulations now in COMAR, and we do have the procedure whereby the veteran can complete an application, submit it to us. We vet it in determining eligibility for state benefits. Of course, as a state agency, we can't do discharge upgrades at the federal level.
Right. Okay, thank you, and I'll talk to you all.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, any additional questions for the senator, for the three witnesses? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 491. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next move, Senator Benson, I see you here. Why don't you come up to the table on Senate Bill 469? And I'm going to call up some witnesses who've signed up favorable. Senator Benson, you come on up. I've got Ken Phelps Jr. Is Ken Phelps Jr. here? And we're going to take Senator Alonzo Washington next. But we had to take Senator Benson here. Okay, we're going to go Ken Phelps Jr.
You want the witnesses to come up?
Yes, LaJean
Yes, that'd be
Cephas,
wonderful. Thank you very much.
Vincent Fry, and Tony Pearson. And we may have one virtual witness. I'm not sure if they're in the queue. Okay. So we're on Senate Bill 469, and then you have this panel, and then Senator Washington patiently deferred to you, Senator Benson, so you need to give him some extra love when you get an opportunity here. So, okay, Senator Benson, you've got your panel, and I've got Ken Phelps. Okay, well, you present the bill. We'll go to your witnesses, see if we're missing anybody here, okay? Why don't you start, Senator Benson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed committee members. I stand before you on this amazing Civil Rights Heroes Day to express my unwavering support and the importance of Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act. As a proud graduate of the oldest HBCU in Maryland, which is Bowie State University, and a lifelong civil rights activist, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges individuals have faced due to unfair policies that have affected African Americans. The lasting impact of systematic racism and inequality. Families torn apart by the weight of history. Dreams deferred by the invisible chains of discrimination. The echoes of our ancestors' suffering still reverberates through the halls of our schools, the wards of our hospital, and the streets of our neighborhoods. This legislation is not just a policy proposal, but a moral imperative. It is a testimony to our collective commitment to righting the wrongs of Maryland's challenging past, and is a crucial step towards increasing equity, protecting vulnerable populations, and improving access to resources, and helping fulfill the promise of the American dream here in Maryland. The purpose of this bill is to establish the Maryland Reparation Commission, which will develop and administer a program that will provide compensatory benefits to the descendants of individuals enslaved in Maryland. The key provisions of this bill are eligibility. Individuals whose ancestors were enslaved in Maryland are eligible for benefits. Commission composition. The commission will include members from various organizations and institutions such as the Maryland Historical Society, the Greater Baltimore Urban League, and Historical Black Colleges, among others. Responsibilities. The commission is tasked with developing processes and applications for benefits, administering cash payments and tuition reimbursement to eligible individuals, collaborating with state agencies for support and implementation. The governor is required to include necessary funds in the annual budget to support the commission's activities. This bill is crucial to rectifying the harm done to people of African descent caused by discriminatory policies, making sure those who are descendants of those who have been enslaved in the state of Maryland receive compensation for their trauma. Nonetheless, many states have adopted similar reparations bills which illustrate the transformative potential for a bill like this, such as to illustrate the transformative potential of reparation programs. Let's look at the example set forth by other states. In California, the state has embarked on a journey of reconciliation by establishing a task force to study and develop reparations proposal for African Americans. Their preliminary findings indicate that addressing disparities in housing, education, and economic opportunities could potentially uplift over 2 million residents, bridging the gap between the past and the promise of a brighter future. North Carolina, in 2020, the city of Asheville in North Carolina took a bold step toward justice by approving a reparations resolution focused on investing in housing, health care, and employment opportunities for African American residents. The positive outcomes are already evident, with noticeable improvements in the economic stability and well-being of the community, proof that change is not only possible, but within our reach. Illinois, Evanston, Illinois, made history by becoming one of the first United States cities to fund reparation for Black residents in 2019. Through grants for home ownership and property improvements, this initiative has empowered Black residents, fostered increased home ownership rates, and created a foundation for generational wealth. These examples serve as powerful testaments to the potential of reparations to effect meaningful change, restore dignity, and build bridges to a more equitable society. Finally, I am asking that you support Senate Bill 469. This is more than a bill. It is an opportunity to take a stand against the injustices of the past and pave the way for a future where every Marylander can thrive. Let us honor the sacrifices of our ancestors, acknowledge the pain that lingers, and take decisive action to ensure that their legacy is one of resilience, justice, and hope. Therefore, I am respectfully urging and requesting that this committee issue a favorable report. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Senator Benson. It's always a joy to see you and have you in our committee. We've got several witnesses. Is there a particular order, Senator, or should we just go down the line? Okay, perhaps you're Ken Phelps Jr.? No, you're not. If you could just identify yourself, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Senator Benson, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Vincent Fry. I'm a resident of the 20th District. I am a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. I also serve as the Policy and Research Chair for the Maryland chapter. American Descendants of Slavery is an advocacy foundation. It's a national grassroots organization whose mission is lineage-based reparations for the descendants of chattel slavery and a transformative Black agenda. As part of our framework for reparations, we believe that reparations are a federal project, and we believe that Maryland has a role to play by providing robust data as well as historical analysis. We support Senate Bill 469 because, as Senator Benson said, this is extremely important. It's due, it's timely. We believe the bill is very important. We think there are 4 amendments that would strengthen this bill. First, data disaggregation. We want to make sure that we're targeting the right redress to the right people. The second is, as an American descendant of slavery, we believe that we have a role to play in this commission, and we would love the opportunity to participate, and we think adding 2 members would be fantastic. The third amendment is, and we think this has already been covered, we believe that there should be a race researcher and an economist, particularly when we're in sort of a budget crisis. We want to make sure we're being good stewards of resources in the state. And then the final thing is, we believe as American descendants of slavery that we have some historical and cultural representation here in the state, as well as policy, but we think there's more space available for that. And so we'd like to see American descendants of slavery have a commission similar to some other commissions in the state. As an American descendant of slavery, I look no further than some of the historical things to show that this is important. We're glad that you're focusing on this, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to go next?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Benson and Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Toni Pierce, and I am the state coordinator for the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation's Maryland chapter, or ADOS Maryland for short. So submitted via written testimony, our chapter supports Senate Bill 469 with amendments. The one that I want to focus on is the inclusion of the economist to the commission, preferably with a focus on slavery reparations for the purpose of calculating the cost of slavery, not only for those who were enslaved and their descendants, but also the effect that such a financial undertaking would have on the state of Maryland. Slavery in Maryland lasted from 1642 to 1864. That's over 200 years of literal bondage and free labor, and its economic impact on the states, individuals, and families must be studied rigorously. Adding an economist to a Maryland Reparations Commission is a vital component in accurately counting the cost of enslavement here. Reparations experts have estimated federal reparations to, has estimated federal reparations to American descendants of slavery to be in the trillions of dollars. The state of Maryland is currently operating in a nearly $3 billion budget deficit. ADOS Maryland does not believe that the state budget would be enough to sufficiently compensate the descendants of those who were enslaved in this state, not to mention the negative impacts that such a repair could have on other state departments and services. A trained economist has the expertise to execute such an enormous calculus catalyst that would serve to undergird this reality and reveal the budgetary limitations for state-sponsored reparations to Maryland descendants of slavery. In light of the findings that would be produced by the Commission economists, our chapter would instead implore the Maryland state government to support a federal program for cash reparations to American descendants of slavery, while also redirecting available state funds to state and local level programs that would directly benefit Maryland slave descendants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Appreciate your testimony and your leadership.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chair Kagan and Chair Feldman, and also members of the Education, Energy, and Environmental Committee. My name is LaJan Cephas, and I am a born and raised resident of Dorchester County, and I'm also the mayor of the city of Cambridge. The Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act is strongly favored by community members of Cambridge, and I'm here to express strong support of SB 469. This bill will address overdue inequities and lack of economic opportunities and left behind communities in Maryland, negatively impacted by enslavement, much like Cambridge. In Dorchester County, which is the birthplace of Harriet Tubman, we walk and drive on the same roads and enter the same structures as Harriet Tubman. We're in a different time, yet the effects of lineage enslavement is still overwhelmingly thriving. The passing of SB 469 will assist our city in overcoming challenges by directing funds to sustainable and affordable housing initiatives, creating a thriving economy while increasing a capable, educated workforce to support it. This action could also fund the rehabilitation of derelict infrastructure while establishing pathways to community-driven and minority-owned small businesses. After more than 250 years of enslavement, the sweat equity review is well overdue. If you visit the Smithsonian, they have an exhibit known as In Slavery's Wake, Making Black Freedom in the World. It reads, by 1860, 4 million enslaved people produced well over 60% of the nation's wealth. The passing of SB 469 is not a handout, it's justice and it's transactional. This investment has reached its maturity, and we urge you to establish this framework of justice. A favorable report of SB 469 is my request from this committee, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good to have you here. Thank you for your leadership. And let me see, Ms. Cuffey? No.
No.
Sorry. Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. First, let me introduce myself. I am Angela Denise Wilson, a direct descendant of Catherine Old Kate Barnes, my sixth great-grandmother. She arrived in Maryland around 1730 with Colonel Abraham Barnes and is believed to have been the first person he enslaved. She was held in bondage at the plantation that later became known as America Felix Secundus, then Tudor Hall, and is now known as the St. Mary's County Historical Society. My ancestors were also forced to labor at Colonel Barnes's Montpelier Plantation, as well as Sodderly Plantation and St. Inigo's in St. Mary's County. Some were enslaved at the McPherson Farm in Bryantown, Charles County, by the Edelins of the Piscataway region, and in other locations, including Maryland's Eastern Shore and the northern neck of Virginia. I am in my retirement years and have spent 15+ years as a family historian. I have volunteered on multiple archaeology projects at Jesuit plantations with students and faculty from the anthropology department of the Catholic University of America, contributed to several documentaries for historical Sodderly Plantation, and was featured in Untold Truths, Exposing Slavery and Its Legacies at Loyola University of Maryland. I have also been acknowledged and featured in other books and news articles. Additionally, I am also a founding member of the White Marsh Historical Society, a member of the Sacred Heart White Marsh Vision Committee for the African American Burial Grounds, and a supporter of the mission and vision of the Braxton Institute. I wholeheartedly support SB 469, Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act. Can I do one last? It's quite long, but I'll do the last paragraph. Let us never forget our ancestors did not come here by choice. They were torn from their homeland, shackled, bound, and loaded onto ships, bound for a foreign land where they couldn't even speak the language, to serve masters who were not their God. So respectfully submitted.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you all.
Wilson. All right, we have one, let's see, before we go to our virtual witness, I just want to ask again, is Ken Phelps Jr. in the room? Seeing not, then we will go to Tanette Cuffey, who is with us virtually and sharing her testimony. Ms. Cuffey. Okay, saw you earlier. There we go. Welcome.
Okay, I was having issues being unmuted, but good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Senator Benson, and other constituents in committee. Hello, Mayor Cephas, representing Dorchester County. My name is Tonette Cuffey. I am here to represent my aunt, Harriet Tubman. I am fifth generation niece of Harriet, and I'm here to encourage you guys to vote for in favor of SB 0469. And the reason being is because, like some of the others on the panel said, it is overdue that these reparations and this committee and this commission is formed. It should have been formed years ago. Our families have suffered, and we are still being impacted by slavery to this day. Our families suffer from generational curses. They suffer from mental illnesses that were passed on generationally. They were held back from freedom of expression. And this is why we need to be the beacon of light for the great state of Maryland and pass this Senate bill, because it is so important, and we need to be a leader such as Harriet was for the great state of Maryland, and continue doing her work on the Underground Railroad, because this is a milestone of the Underground Railroad. And I'm just gonna bow out now. Thank you all.
Fee, why don't you stay with us in case there are any questions for you? But I'm looking around. I see no colleagues. Oh, Senator Washington has a brief question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator Benson, so much for this bill, and thanks for the organization who's standing up and advocating for this here in Maryland and nationally. And I know it's very important. You know, chairs and colleagues, I served during the interim, the legislative Black Caucus stood up a reparations work group. And so I and Charles Sidnor served on that during the interim, along with the other delegates, et cetera. And so it's good. So that bill we'll be hearing that bill as well. It's Senate Bill 587. There's a lot of similarities between the two bills, but the important things that we're all seeking the same thing. Our approach is slightly different, but we will walk away this year with the commission. And I know there was a lot of disappointment last year, chairs, about us not being able to resolve the approach. But I look forward to having you be a part of that discussion as well. So it's not a question, but just letting you know and appreciating you, Senator Benson, for your work on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Seeing no other questions, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 469. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you, Senator Benson.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Alonzo Washington next on Senate Bill 756. Thank you, Senator, for your patience. And we've got we've got William Fields from the Office of People's Counsel, and then we do have one virtual witness on this bill. So, Mr. Fields, thank you for your patience waiting all afternoon. I appreciate that. And so we're on Senate Bill 756. So, Senator, you take the time you need to present your bill. We'll go to Mr. Fields, and then we do have one virtual witness that's part of your panel. So, okay.
You know, anytime my principal asks for a favor, I'm going to do it. So, good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Alonzo Washington here to present on Senate Bill 756. This bill is a very simple bill. It aims to mandate electric companies, gas and electric companies, and water companies in the state of Maryland to submit a certain audit to the Public Service Commission with a certain frequency of every 3 years, requiring the commission to post audits on its website, and generally relating to audits of public service companies. These audits must include data on the bill changes, usage patterns, billing policies, and other relevant information over the preceding 3 years. The PSC will publish these audits on its website, ensuring transparency and accountability. Current law under Section 2-115 of the Public Utilities Article, it states that the current audits that exist examine the records of PSC companies. They're addressed based on if the PSC requested. I do have some more other additional information as well that I took on what currently happens. In summary, what the current audits do is they are financial audits. PSCs audit financial filings, fuel costs, and procurement strategies. Operational audits, PSCs review construction program planning, information systems, and operational efficiency. And equipment inspections, PSCs inspect equipment and service plans. Now, this is done on a quarterly basis right now. I actually went to the website today, and I looked at the site, and it only has up to 2023 on there. 2024 does not exist currently on the website. And I went through the list, and it does not include in there any of the things, some of the pieces in here that we're asking for. So you'll hear from some of the opponents that this is repetitive, or is redundant, or is not necessary, or is inefficient and impractical. I will state that if we're asking for an audit of our utility companies, that it make sure that they're clear on what we're asking for. Under this bill, we're asking them to identify billing errors and inefficiencies, detect unnecessary rate increases or billing changes or billing increases, and ensure justifiable pricing, improve transparency and accountability in utility billing practices, and help consumers and businesses make informed energy usage decisions. This isn't the first time this bill has been introduced throughout the country, and it has been introduced and passed under law in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The bill that they have there requires similar audits to monitor service reliability, customer billing, and usage trends. Implementing SB 756 will align Maryland with its best practices for consumer protection and utility regulation. Under this bill, we're asking for enhancing billing accuracy. Regular audits detect overcharges and ensure consumers are billed correctly. We're asking for publicly available audits allow consumers to understand utility pricing and billing policies. If you look at the current audits, you wouldn't be able to understand it. It's just a bunch of numbers just listed on there and a bunch of charts. There's no qualifying data on there. So also, we want to identify opportunities for consumers to lower their energy and water bills. And lastly, this bill holds utility companies accountable for unjustifiable rate increases. There are some amendments that have been offered already, and I fully accept those from the PSC and others. I do support those, and I want to see these happen. You know, part of the reason why I'm asking for this bill is because I've heard from so many of our residents, just like you, that our bills have increased over the last month. One of my friends says she lives in a four-bedroom home. Her bill was in December was about $150. Just in February, it ballooned to over $400. Rates didn't change, but something happened in there where we're seeing a significant increase. I know that I've talked to friends that have actually called Pepco and other utility companies and asked them to monitor their meter. And PEPCO has told them, no, they will not come out there to review their meter. I talked to folks at PSC, and what's supposed to happen when a customer asks for a rate for them to monitor their rate, they are supposed to tell them that they have the ability to ask for an independent person to come out to review their meter. That's not being told to customers right now. This legislation will help in making sure there's accountability, efficiencies that are happening, and we all here have asked for audits of different entities here in the state, including our school system and many other agencies, and it makes only sense that we have a routine audit that's independent. I know there's others on this panel that want to make sure that we have independent audits too. I'm okay with that as well. I do think these need to be placed on the website, and I urge a favorable report on this great bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to our witness from the Office of People's Counsel.
Yes, thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. We have filed testimony requesting a favorable report for this on this bill with amendments as we suggested. I understand that the senator is amenable to them. We think that the audits required by the bill would provide useful insights for the Public Service Commission and parties into the spending of utilities. Rate cases before the commission are accelerated proceedings that deal with many issues on a strict timeline. The focus is on determining a just and reasonable rate. It can be difficult to look at trends over time and some of the underlying operations and costs of the utility during those proceedings. The audits called for in this bill would allow the commission and parties to examine the spending in more depth and to evaluate trends in spending and how they are impacting rates. We suggested 2 amendments. The first one would call for the audits to be we think that the audits would be more useful if they were performed by an entity that is independent of the utility. This would help ensure that the results are impartial and focused on the public interest. We suggest that the commission staff or a commission staff conduct the audit or an independent auditor. The bill gives the commission the discretion on how to set up these audits, and the commission could consider the size of the utility and how it is owned in determining how to proceed with the audit. We also suggest that the bill include specific language on reviewing the allocation of costs from a holding company to the local utility. These are invoices, basically, that the holding company sends to the local utility for corporate functions like accounting services, human resources, tax preparation, and other items. This occurs with Exelon. It also occurs with Potomac Edison and Washington Gas. These costs can be substantial, over $200 million for BGE, for example, and can be difficult to review in rate cases. Our office has been litigating this issue recently, particularly with regard to the first energy bribery scandal and costs allocated to Potomac Edison. An audit requirement that does not have a deadline of a rate case would be very useful in better understanding these costs. With these suggestions, we request a favorable report for the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our sponsor or our representative witness from the Office of People's Counsel? Okay. Senator Hester, did you look like you're, go for it. Ask.
I really like this bill. Thank you very much.
Me too, actually.
So I was just trying to figure out, with what the People's Counsel just said, you were recommending an independent. The PSC looks like they're saying that they can do it with existing resources. But you're recommending an independent auditor.
We represented one or the other. Either the PSC staff do it or an independent auditor, as opposed to the utility doing the audit.
I see. And so is the sponsor happy with that suggestion?
I'll be happy with whatever. So I suggested that it be done by the utility company, so that doesn't cost the PSC any dollars. So I presented it that way. I am open to the amendments that he offered, as long as it doesn't cost the PSC any additional dollars.
Okay, but so the way the bill is drafted, the PSC is saying they can do it, but they're just receiving it.
Correct.
They are not currently
Exactly.
doing it.
Yep, and they'll be reviewing it hopefully
see.
as well.
And so then if we were to have the independent auditor, so the PSC wasn't doing it, would the utilities pay for that?
I would suspect so, yes.
And so would the sponsor, how would the sponsor feel about that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
They make a lot of.
Thank you so much.
They had a lot of profits over
They
the
do
years.
have a lot of profits, and
I think they can pay for it.
I think so too. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senator A. Washington, Senate Bill 756. I always got to catch myself on the A versus M Washington. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 309, Senator Simon Eyre. And we've got one witness from the Maryland Military Coalition signed up, David Lutzow. Is Mr. Lutzow up here? Senate Bill 309.
Which side do you want? That side?
Good afternoon. For the record, Senator Brian Simonaire, presenting Senate Bill 309. Again, you can look in your testimony. You'll see a wide range of support. Based on, this is the Department of Veterans and Military Families online registration. And based on the fiscal situation and follow-up technical discussions with DoIT, I'm amending the online registration to remove any fiscal impact and get 80% of what we wanted to accomplish, and I'll describe that shortly. Currently, the Department of Veterans and Military Families has an uncodified online registry with limited capability, but lacks key data and an underlying framework to achieve targeted outreach. Therefore, I put this bill to create an online registry in law with clear requirements and objectives, followed up with additional information to be reported within the existing annual department's report. I started looking into this issue when the department couldn't provide me basic answers about the registry. How many veterans are on the registry? Can the department target subscribers by veteran, service member, or spouse status? How many unsubscribed last year? Why are these questions important? Well, if you know who is on the registry, you can provide recipients with targeted information. And these answers will show a progress of our outreach with the registry. As I said, I amended the bill, and it does the following. One, it codifies the department's existing registry into law, similar as other states do. It sets a framework and a floor of capabilities. It reports on the department's work towards more online targeted outreach, and reports on efforts how the department is soliciting self-identified information. This will help provide more capability and services to our veterans and service members. And the last thing it does, it updates the communications, outreach, and advocacy program to line up with their mission statement. Currently, it's only towards veterans, but their mission statement is veterans, service members, and family members. This amendment bill addresses all the issues provided by the department, and it provides an online registry framework, guidance moving forward, and valuable insight into veterans' online outreach program. And for these reasons, I ask for a favorable consideration.
Okay, sir, tell us who you are, and you're going to have you'll be on the 2-minute clock.
Okay, got it. Chair Feldman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 309. My name is David Lutzow. I'm a retired Air Force Senior Master Sergeant, United States Air Force, and a director on the Maryland Military Coalition. We strongly support the initiative to create an online registry for the Department of Veterans and Military Families, and we ask for a favorable report. The initial written testimony we provided was favorable report, but now we will be amenable to do favorable with amendments. Okay. Across the nation, companies suffer from limited resources. The Department of Veterans and Military Families are no exception. Most companies rely on focus groups to help them determine what products and services are beneficial to a specific population demographics. Unfortunately, Secretary Woods lacks the luxury of focus groups. That's why the creation of an online registry is so critical. In a way, the registry will be the Secretary's focal group. Unsuccessful programs and services due to not knowing target audiences falls under what I consider wombats. Essentially, that's a waste of money, brains, and time. With the state's fiscal situation, the Secretary Woods cannot afford even a single wombat effort. This is exactly why the online registry is needed, allowing individuals to answer predefined questions. Programs and services can be provided to those individuals truly in need. This is why the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports Senate Bill 309, now with amendments, and asks for a favorable report. The coalition would like to thank Senator Simonaire for sponsoring this incredible initiative and for his continued support of the uniformed services.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Simonaire or witness David Lutzow? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 309. Take Senator Waltz-Stryker next on Senate Bill 436. And Senator, why don't you come up here? I've got several witnesses, a mix of virtual and person, but I've got on the in-person side is Dan Reed here. Mr. Reed here. Okay. What about Justin Williams? Justin Williams? Stephen Smith? No? Okay, Alex Horowitz? No?
I think some of our witnesses may have turned to virtual, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Okay.
told.
We definitely have two virtual.
Okay.
At least. But, well, okay. We do have somebody who's not actually for your party panel, but signed up favorable anyway. Is Julian Frost here? We might as well, if somebody's here. Okay. Okay, well, look, let's pull up, by the way, let's get Senator Waldstreicher, pull up the two virtual witnesses, Ryan Dorsey and Seva Rodnansky. Does that seem right? Okay. And somebody's right behind you. Who is that?
This is Mr. Reed is here.
Okay, Mr. Reed. Well, Mr. Reed signed up favorable, so Mr. Reed, why don't you join Senator Waldstreicher here? And we've got two virtual witnesses? Yes. Okay, we'll take them up next. Senator
Sounds good.
Waldstreicher, floor is yours on Senate Bill 436, then we'll go to Mr. Reed. We'll take the two virtual witnesses, and then we'll see where we are as far as some other folks showing up. Senator Waldstreicher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You guys have had a long day. So I'll just ask for your indulgence for just to preach just for 2 quick minutes and then turn to this bill. And these two things are connected. Because we've got a lot of angry constituents back home. You guys feel it. And angry not just at us, but at each other. The world feels very frustrated right now. And everyone's kind of searching for a description of what's happening or a word that best describes the feeling that our constituents have. And I've been thinking a lot about this. And the word I think we're looking for is scarcity. We have too many people chasing goods and services that are too few in number. And that scarcity creates a level of frustration in our community. And you're dealing with it in this committee when it comes to energy. We've got too little energy, too few energy generators, and too much demand for that energy. And that has consumed the legislative session that you're facing. But it's not just true of energy. We have too few hospital beds, too few psychiatric beds, too few childcare slots, too few airlines. There's just not enough competition for goods, and there are too few goods overall. And the reason I have this preface is because there's no industry where that's more true than it is for housing. And the solution, as this committee is dealing with when it comes to energy, is the same for all of these industries. The solution is abundance. We have to get back to a place where there's more of the things that people want and need. And housing is one of those things. But it feels so intimidating because these problems are so big and our ability to create solutions with immediate impact are very small. But the way to do that on all of these things, but especially with housing, is to start chipping away. And that's what Senate Bill 436 does with regards to housing. It starts to chip away at scarcity, to build capacity, and to bring us towards abundance. And it does it in a very small but targeted and important way. There is a school of thought that one of the barriers to more affordable housing in our community is our building code, and that it's time to reevaluate the building code that will allow for more flexible infill building in a way that retains all the safety requirements that are currently in our fire code, our building code, especially when it comes to the fire safety part of our code. And so this bill, the bill before you, requires just a study about switching our building code to what's called a single staircase model. This is a model that much of Western Europe uses and that other states have adopted, including Washington State, and other municipalities throughout our country have adopted without any impact on fire safety. And so this would require the Department of Labor to conduct this study in conjunction with academics who are experts in this, and in conjunction with our hero firefighters who can make sure that we can do this in a way that is fire safe. In sum, it will start to reform, hopefully, our building code in a way that will allow us to build less expensive and, most importantly, more abundant housing in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Reed, why don't you weigh in here. You're going to be on the 2-minute clock, and then we'll pull up a couple of the virtual witnesses after that.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Dan Reed. I'm the Regional Maryland Policy Director at Greater Washington. We work to advance more sustainable and equitable policies in housing, land use, and transportation. We strongly support this bill, which would help address our chronic housing shortage, as Senator Waltrecker has pointed out, while increasing access to fire-safe homes. This bill is simple. It would direct the Department of Labor to identify ways that Maryland could legalize single-stair residential buildings and provide recommendations by December of this year. It's a simple concept. You know, the building code now requires that most buildings have 2 staircases, which is fine if you're a really big building, but it can be geometrically and financially difficult to make that work for a smaller building and infill sites in urban areas or retrofitting a historical building. The consequence means that fewer homes get built, and that contributes to our housing shortage and rising prices. It also means worse access to modern fire safety requirements. 2/3 of homes in Maryland were built before 1990, which is when the state began requiring sprinklers in new homes. In Baltimore City, the median home was built in 1948. That's the 3rd highest of any city in the nation. The United States, which requires 2 stairs in apartment buildings, still has worse fire safety outcomes than many countries in Europe that only require 1 stair. And jurisdictions that do allow single-stair buildings like Seattle and Honolulu offset that with additional fire protection measures. Virginia conducted its own study of single-stair building codes last year, a bill that we supported, that highlighted several things you could do, like early smoke detection and limiting the number of units per floor. This is personal for me. It's 2 years ago this week that there was a big apartment fire in Silver Spring in a building I grew up in, where a young woman lost her life. Hundreds of people were displaced. The fire marshal's report found a single sprinkler could have prevented it. Maryland needs more homes, and more homes people can access things like sprinklers. So I think this bill can make that happen. Thank you for.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Do we have virtual? Before we take question from Senator Gallion, let's just pull up. We do have a couple of virtual favorable witnesses. I'd like to get it on the record here, and then we could take some questions. Okay. Siva, I don't want to botch your last name up, but you're signed up favorable, and you are part of Senator Waltrecker's panel, so you've got 2 minutes, and you're straight favorable on this piece of legislation, so why don't you proceed?
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Siva Radnyansky, and I'm a research manager with the Pew Charitable Trust Housing Policy Initiative. Pew has extensively researched the costs, benefits, and safety of single stairway buildings, and I'll share some key findings from this research, which should be forthcoming within a few weeks. Single stairway 4 to 6 story buildings have multiple benefits, as Dan just described, compared to large apartment buildings that require 2 staircases. First, they're easier to develop on smaller pieces of land or in infill lots. That's an important consideration for Maryland cities, suburbs, and rural smaller towns. Second, these buildings fit well into existing neighborhoods and can help revitalize historic main streets. Third, they're also cost less to build. Removing the second staircase can save about 10% off construction costs for the same size building. And finally, units can be 7 to 9% larger and designed with families in mind, which includes better ventilation and more natural light. Yet, single stairway buildings are not allowed in most U.S. cities because there's never been up-to-date information on their fire safety. Our new research fills this gap. 3 U.S. cities currently allow 4 to 6 story single stairway buildings: New York City, Seattle, and Honolulu. Pew found that overall, fire death rates in single stair buildings were indistinguishable from those in other multifamily buildings. For example, in New York City, which has 4,440 of these, the overall rate of fire deaths since 2012 was the same as in other residential buildings. We deeply investigated every fire-related death in New York City and Seattle's modern single stairway buildings from 2012 to 2024, and none of those were related to the lack of a second stairway. They all occurred in the unit. Sprinklers, which have been shown to reduce residential fire fatality rates sharply, and modern single stair buildings in New York, Seattle, and Honolulu, they're required to have sprinklers just like the rest of multifamily apartment buildings in the US, inside units and inside the main public areas. They also require self-closing doors, fire-rated walls, and other safety features. Thanks again for hosting me, and if you have questions, let me know.
Okay, and stay on the line. We may have questions. Let me just get in the additional virtual witness or two, and then we'll take questions. Yes, who are we talking about? Brian Dorsey? Yeah, Mr. Dorsey, you're going to have to start your video if you can hear us or hear me. Mr. Dorsey, can you hear us? Start your video.
He sent me an email, said he's away. He's at his own committee hearing.
Okay. Well, what about the other? Is that okay? Mr. Dorsey apparently has a conflict, so we will now take some questions. We're going to start with Senator Gallion, and either for the sponsor, Mr. Reed, or our virtual witness. Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I realize there has to be a balance between safety and affordable housing, but just last year, you mentioned the fire in Montgomery County with the tragic death there. So we added some stuff last year to help with safety. The thing with sprinklers, I mean, they're designed so you can get out, right? So it doesn't make sense to me how taking away an extra set of steps helps. I know there's some, I guess, competing data from other places, but anyhow, if you could just address, I was looking through the bill testimony, State Firefighters Association, the Fire and EMS Coalition, which is made up of, like chiefs and members of the legislature. They both came out in opposition. So I just wondered if you had a chance to talk with them, try to work through anything with them.
Yeah, so we purposely included them in the bill, and we'd like them at the table for the purposes of the study. If at the end of the study it shows that we cannot guarantee fire safety, which I think is counter to the data that we've heard so far, then this committee and this legislature should not move forward. Just to be clear, I don't contend, and I don't think the data shows that single staircase buildings are safer than two staircase buildings. I think what the data and what the testimony here was they are not less safe than two staircase buildings, that you can provide for that safety in a single staircase model. And of course, much of Western Europe has single staircase, and for much of our history, we were single staircase. I think that's what the data show. And last thing, just while I have for council, I think the House is likely to move this bill, but they're going to do so with a longer study period to make sure that some of the people you referenced are included. So we might want to find out if there's an amendment coming over from the House, and we can match that bill.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, I think that's the extent of our favorable testimony. I've got unfavorable is Robert Phillips here from the Firefighters Association, Maryland State Firefighters, Robert Phillips. Okay, he is signed up unfavorable, was referenced earlier. Do not see him. Is anybody else here on the bill? I want to make sure, because I called some names earlier that were part of your panel, but I didn't see anybody come up. So seeing that, I don't see anybody else. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 436. Going to go to Senator Salling on Senate Bill 354. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can my witnesses come up?
Sure.
Also, thank you very much.
I've got Mr. David Zinner here, Christine Simmons, Eileen McGuckian, Mark
Edwards.
Yes, Mark Edwards. And I think that might be the in-person. We have a virtual witness as well. But Senator Salling, why don't you proceed and present Senate Bill 354?
Well, good evening, all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and good committee of EEE. For the record, I'm Senator John R. Salling, presenting Senate Bill 354 today. It's established a 15-person work group to study creation of Maryland inventory of crematories and burial sites. Maryland does not currently have a comprehensive inventory of cemeteries. We rely on several sites and the state agencies, such as the Office of Crematory Oversight, the Maryland Historic Trust, and the State Highway Administration to maintain separate databases. And the end of this goal, this bill is be able to create a more efficient system that will make it easier for families, our government, historians, and others to have access to the records here. A comprehensive inventory in a single place will provide consistency and make these records more accessible to all Marylanders who seek it. This work group will be made up of key industrial stockholders, including but not limited to the Maryland Historical Trust, the Office of Crematory Oversight, local governments, and other groups that we believe that would benefit this bill for a work group, that is. And lastly, the work group will determine the cost of design and implementation and maintaining a state crematory inventory and system, and recommend a source of funding to implement a state crematory inventory and cemetery inventory. Cemetery inventory system beginning in fiscal 2027. I want to thank you for the time and the consideration, and I believe the experts here will do a better job than I am right now. So I'd like to hear from them, and I think you will too. So thank you very much.
Okay, who wants to go first? Sir, Mr. Edwards, why don't you go first?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Mark Edwards, and I'm here today as a member of the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates and a member of the Board of Directors of Montgomery Preservation Incorporated. I'm a professional historian and architectural historian who's worked over 4 decades in heritage preservation. As the Maryland Historical Trust first historic site survey coordinator, I designed and implemented the state's first comprehensive survey and inventory program for historic buildings and structures. So why do we need this legislation? SB 354 addresses a serious problem. Unlike 26 other states, Maryland does not have a systematized cemetery registration and inventory system. Some counties do, some counties don't. 3 state agencies do, most don't. The result is a haphazard system that impedes research on our ancestor and hampers preservation of their burial locations. So you've heard a little bit about what the legislation will do. The key is it's going to bring together some subject matter experts in database design and management, historians, genealogists. They're going to recommend a series of standardized data categories and operational requirements for the system, a location where this will be housed. It'll identify an entity or entities that would maintain the database and design it to be searchable by the public. The new system will provide consistency, public accessibility, and the ability for other jurisdictions to use the system to meet their needs. The new tool should greatly assist and catalyze local governments into implementing new planning programs to better protect these remarkable places. Why is this important to our citizens? In every Maryland community, cemeteries tell the story of American and local history to provide a place to contemplate, remember, reflect, and study our ancestors. They deserve our attention and assistance to ensure their preservation into the future. This is a foundational element of a broader effort to better document, protect, and preserve these sites for the benefit of the present and future generations of Maryland. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. I should have mentioned that there is a 2-minute clock, and so let's go. Sir, at the end of the table, do you want to go next?
Sure. I'm David Zinner. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. I am the coordinator of the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates that we all are from. Our group has extensive experience with cemetery issues. I'm also a member of the Maryland Advisory Council for Cemetery Oversight. I've been on that group for 12 years, although I am not representing them. This is really an important bill because it's impossible to find cemeteries that are part of our history where we have relatives who are looking for places. Often you'll see a cemetery designation as down the road by the big tree near the big rock. And that's just not going to get it because the tree's cut down and the rock's been moved and you can't find the cemetery where your relatives are buried. We need GPS locations for all of our cemeteries. And we also have this tripartite type system of keeping track of cemeteries. As a member of the Advisory Council, I know how our cemetery listing of 5,000 cemeteries was put together, and I can't say I'm proud of it. It's a listing, but it doesn't really give us the tools we need to identify where cemeteries are. It doesn't identify which cemeteries are abandoned or neglected, which is really important. And so we need to really have these state agencies work together, and we need to bring in the counties that really have done a great job in identifying where the cemeteries are in those counties and use their expertise and knowledge so that we can come up with one unified database so that people can find the cemetery where their relatives are buried, so we can do some kinds of genealogical research for them, where we can make sure that we don't build highways on top of them. You know, there's just a lot of benefit from doing this, and it just seems like the logical thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go to the other side of the table. Whoever wants to go first. Yeah, why don't we start in the end and tell us your name, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Eileen McGuckian, and I'm speaking for the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites, which is an all-volunteer nonprofit that since 1992 has advocated for improvement in distressful situations that occur across Maryland and for needed changes in state law. In 2021 and 2022, I served on the committee that was charged by the House and Senate Joint Chairman to survey citizens and study historic African American cemeteries and recommend strategies to improve their current situations. This is the 83-page booklet, and I have a couple of copies of summaries that I'll leave at each end of the table. One of the major recommendations to come out of this report is to, quote, support development of a publicly accessible map-based data layer dedicated to historic cemeteries throughout Maryland. This database has been a priority for a long time, and it's a crucial action to benefit all Maryland cemeteries. There are some local cemeteries that are being used now with varying types of information on each site, usually not up to date. For example, the NAB Center in Salisbury has records on cemeteries in Wacomico, Somerset, and Worcester County. Volunteers in Caroline, Allegheny, Queen Anne, Talbot, and Garrett counties have added sites to the Maryland Tombstone Project. Southern Maryland counties include cemeteries as part of their historic preservation programs. There's a gentleman in Frederick who has been spending years chronicling sites. Howard, Prince George's, and Montgomery have dedicated staff in their planning departments who cover cemetery sites and issues. And that's my experience in having twice organized and directed volunteer projects to survey all known cemeteries in Montgomery County. The first time we found 1 page each with basic information. The second time we have an official burial sites inventory that is managed by the Montgomery County Planning Board. So this is a unified inventory is crucial, and this bill being passed will start the process of identifying all cemeteries in Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you hand it to your right and tell us who you are, and you can proceed with your testimony.
My name is Christine Simmons. I'm on the board of both the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. I work closely with Anne Arundel County's Cultural Resources Division to ensure that all the cemetery locations are protected against future development. I've also helped re-inventory and update information on those cemeteries. The Office of Cemetery Oversight, Maryland Historical Trust, and the State Highway Administration each have their own databases. Many Maryland counties have limited information, sometimes only from well-known or easily accessible cemeteries, but not ones for churches, African-American cemeteries, or cemeteries on federal lands. There's no standardization or sharing of information. The large central Maryland counties have databases, but there's no central depository. Cemetery locations and current ownership information needs to be a priority for all Maryland counties. The Baltimore County Genealogical Society already has a database. They've documented all their known cemeteries in their county, and that same database could easily be modified to handle the whole state. The Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites website already has that basic information on many county cemeteries that I've developed from publicly accessible databases. An accessible database would allow title researchers, disaster planners, historical researchers, genealogists, and developers the ability to pinpoint, protect, and plan ahead. When there's no record of a cemetery's existence, the cemetery is more apt to be neglected, vandalized, or destroyed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of our panel? Vice Chair Kagan.
And this is not a question, but I would be a terrible senator for District 17 if I didn't acknowledge my friend Eileen McGuckian, whose work at Peerless Rockville, is a founder of Peerless Rockville and longtime leader, whose work at Higgins Cemetery in Rockville and preserving our history has just been heroic, and she's just been wonderful, and it's great to have you here, and thank you for adding your testimony to Senator Salling's bill, and we're in a rush, so.
Okay, I take that as a statement of support. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
We're going to go to Senator Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this particular group of advocates for our cemeteries has been especially busy over the interim, Mr. Sallings, Senator Sallings. So could you tell the committee how many different bills on this topic there are bills on this topic in finance? I had 2 of them. JPR. And then I found out Senator Lamb has one, and now we have EEE. This is a very, very important. So perhaps we could all talk about our bills and sort of look at how we can go forward. But just to give the committee just a sense of the other bills that you.
So there's 7 bills in total that our group has been working on since July. We gave ourselves a name, Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates, but we have no bank account. We have no paid lobbyists. We're all volunteers. We all are hands-on cemetery people. We have bills that involve penalties regarding desecration, bills that regarding the process of disinterment, where it currently goes through the state's attorneys, and we're suggesting there's a better way to do that for non-criminal disinterments. There's bills that, as you heard today, that talk about coming up with a combined inventory database for the state. There's bills that deal with what happens when there's an abandoned cemetery and how counties or municipalities should be given a process to turn those over to nonprofits. That's just a sample.
That's a good sample.
I don't want to keep you past.
No. I just, okay. And so part of what we're trying to do is that it is around a lot of different locations, and it's very disparate. And so what would be good for you, are you okay with that we come up with something more comprehensive, and so we kind of start to move away from this a little bit everywhere.
Yeah, we apologize for doing 7 bills instead of 1. We're sort of amateurs at this.
No, I'm not. I am not at all saying. I'm just putting it
right.
Out
I think
there
it's a great idea.
That was suggested in the other 2 committees, and
right.
I think that's what
we're very open to that. We believe that we're all coming from the same place, and
Absolutely.
that is we want to preserve and protect cemeteries throughout the state of Maryland, and there's just lots of little places throughout the laws that can be improved, and we're open to working in any way to make that happen.
And again, thank you for this bill, Senator. I look forward to talking with you.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is for Ms. McGuckie. I don't want you to interpret this as a position one way or the other, but your daughter Rachel, who's now Judge McGuckian, is a good friend of mine, but I just don't want you to interpret that in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so.
You're too late. I already did.
Okay, with that said, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 354.
Thank you very much.
Senator Brooks, 529, or let's go to, there's 2 bills, you and Senator Brooks. Okay, let's go. Senator Brooks, can we yield to the vice chair for this one? We're going to go to Senate Bill 490 to the vice chair, and then we're going to, the final bill will be Senator Brooks 529. So Senator Vice Chair Kagan, we're on Senate Bill 490, and I've got Christina Pusch, Robin Elliott, and 1 in-person witness. And so I think that's the extent of the testimony. And then Senator Brooks's witness list is very short as well. So Vice Chair Kagan, Senate Bill 490, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, for the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. Today we dealt with changing from the words from firefighters, Maryland State firemen, to firefighters. And words matter, and including all Marylanders matter. This is a really simple bill that does two things. It are different. We have about 650 boards and commissions that include over 6,000 Marylanders. Virtually all of them donate their time. They come from around the state, around the country sometimes when they have moved to Maryland, around the world, and they bring their expertise and their knowledge. In some parts of the code, it says that the members of the board or commission should represent geographically diverse areas. Other places in the code deal with other parts. We know that the Moore Miller administration has been really focused on getting everybody from every nook and cranny in the state and people who look like Maryland to be involved in our boards and commissions. So this bill does not set any parameters, does not put any numbers or any expectations. It simply says, to the extent practicable, the appointees on our boards and commissions should look like Maryland, should reflect the full diversity of our state. The other thing that it does, and we went through the 600 and something boards and commissions along with bill drafting, and we thought that there were many places that we did not need the word citizen. Now, this committee had this question before us at the end of January, and whether we actually needed an American citizen, someone who had their full papers. We have so many examples. About 15% of Marylanders moved here from another country. About half aren't yet citizens. And sometimes it takes years and years. Our own lieutenant governor, as we know, Aruna Miller, came here from India, and she waited decades before she became a citizen. She served on our state ethics committee, and as you know, in the House of Delegates, and is our wonderful lieutenant governor. I spent a lot of time talking to Secretary Tisha Edwards about this, and they're very clear. They don't ask for anyone's papers. They look for their ability to serve and what they bring to the table. I just want to do a couple of things, and we lost some of our witnesses who had to head out. But the last thing I just want to mention is that, first off, the governor and the governor's people do a lot of background checks. They do their diligent research. And then when they nominate someone, the names come to us, the resumes come to us, and we often do our own research, and it is up to us to advise and consent. We want the best people, and we want folks with diverse and interesting background and a willingness to serve. So with that, there's a lot more to say, but we're all a little tired at the end of a long day, and so I'm going to be brief and pass it over here to my witness.
Robin Elliott did come back in the room,
good.
so why don't you
Robin,
come up to the witness table, and I think our other witness,
Robin.
Christina, did not come, but Senator Kagan, whoever you want to designate next, if you want to go to Robin or whoever, it's up to you.
Good afternoon. Robin Elliott. I'm here today on behalf of the American College of Nurse Midwives, the Maryland affiliate. The Board of Nursing is named in this bill, and just wanted to speak to the value of making sure that we are casting as wide of a net as possible for board members. In nursing particularly, internationally trained nurses are incredibly important to our workforce here in Maryland. And having somebody with that experience might really support the Board of Nursing navigating those issues. And so we very much support this bill. I think it makes a lot of sense, and would ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elliott.
Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pranav Vaipan, and I'm the founding executive board member of the Rare Gen Youth Network, a 501c3 youth-led organization advocating for equitable healthcare access for rare disease patients. I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 490, a bill that will eliminate unnecessary citizenship requirements for state boards. We support SB 490 because it expands opportunities for qualified individuals to serve their communities regardless of their citizenship status and promotes equitable representation. In our network, we represent 53 Maryland members living with rare disease, many of whom rely on state advisory boards and commissions to advocate for policies that directly impact their healthcare access. It is imperative that these boards include diverse perspectives, including those of immigrants who contribute to Maryland's healthcare system as patients, caregivers, and professionals. For example, many of our members seek support from Maryland Advisory Council on Health Disparities, a body that influences policies decisions affecting rare disease patients. Under current law, some of the most engaged advocates are barred from serving due to citizenship restrictions. SB 490 ensures that all Maryland residents, regardless of their documentation status, have a voice in shaping policies that affect their own lives. I know this firsthand. As someone deep into EMT work and volunteer work in my local county, I depend on state policies to ensure proper life-saving treatments for the patients I transfer to the hospital. Being a healthcare professional is obviously very well respected, but if everyone can't work together to deliver proper healthcare and create a strong group to advocate for their respective communities, then healthcare truly isn't serving everyone who needs it. The facts are clear. Removing citizenship requirements increase civic engagement, allowing more Marylanders to contribute their expertise and lived experiences. Secondly, equitable representation strengthens Maryland's leadership, demonstrating commitment to fair governance and community involvement. By passing SB 490, Maryland has the opportunity to set a national precedent for the inclusive civic participation. Therefore, I strongly urge the committee to give SB 0490 a favorable report. Thank you so much for your time.
You're perfect. Almost exactly 2 minutes. That was perfect. Okay, questions for the Vice Chair or the two panelists? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 490, which brings us to our final bill of the day, Senate Bill 529, Senator Brooks. Is Gregory Morgan here? Okay, Mr. Morgan, if you could come up. And then, do we have a virtual? Yes. And we have one virtual witness as well, Tori Pierce, Senator Brooks. So you've got the floor, Senate Bill 529, which is our final bill of the day.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my great committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 529, that's Business Occupation and Professions, Professional Engineers Examination. The purpose of this bill is to ensure the safety and quality of engineers, no matter their education or employment background, by requiring them to pass the Fundamental of Engineering exam, as well as the Principles of Engineering exam. Currently, there are three ways in which to secure licensure as a professional engineer. That's the educational pathway and the experience pathway. And in 2 out of the 3 pathways, an applicant must have a 4-year degree and must pass the Fundamentals of Engineering examination prior to taking the Principles of Practice of Engineering examination. Under the third work experience option, an applicant with 12 or more years of satisfactory experience in engineering needs only to pass the Principles of Practice of Engineering examination. SB 529 merely aligns the experience-only pathway with the education pathway by requiring an applicant to pass the Fundamentals of Engineering exam before passing the Principles of Engineering, Principles of Practice of Engineering exam. This small change requires the same qualifications and offers continuity in the licensing of engineering. For that reason, I am requesting a favorable report on SB 529.
Okay, thank you, Senator Brooks. Mr. Morgan, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Great, thanks so much. Still afternoon, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Madam Co-Chair Kagan, and esteemed members of this committee. For the record, my name is Greg Morgan. I am here today representing the Maryland Society of Professional Engineers, also known as MDSPE, and request your support of Senate Bill 529. The purpose of this bill is to correct what appears to be an oversight in the examination requirements for all candidates for licensure as a professional engineer in Maryland. Maryland was one of few states that provides a path to licensure through the work experience only process. However, unlike the other 2 pathways that are a combination of education and experience, the experience only pathway is just requires to take the candidates to take the Principles of Engineering examination, whereas the education pathways require candidates to pass both the Fundamentals of Engineering as well as the Principles of Engineering. This bill does not add any additional experience or educational requirements. It simply makes equal the examination requirements for all candidates for licensure as a professional engineer in Maryland. In closing, I'd like to thank Senator Brooks for sponsoring this bill and for the reasons stated above, as well as the written and oral testimony of engineers and the members of the MDSPE. I respectfully request a favorable report for Senate Bill 529.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. We've got Tory Pierce here, virtually signed up favorable, part of Senator's panel. Tory, Mr. Pierce, why don't you proceed? You've got 2 minutes and you're straight favorable.
Thank you. My name's Tory Pierce. I'm at 5 South Main Street, Bel Air, Maryland. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of the Maryland Society of Professional Engineers and as a practicing licensed professional engineer as well. I did submit written testimony that pretty much complemented and reiterated what Senator Brooks has shared, and also Mr. Morgan. I do want to add another point. Our firm where I work, Frederick Ward Associates, we're multidisciplined. We practice civil engineering, architecture, landscape architecture, and surveying here in our offices. And all those other professions also provide for a non-degreed path to obtain your license to practice in any of those fields. But each of those, under Maryland statute, each of those licensure requirements also require you to take all of the examinations, whether you have a degree or not. So this change kind of brings the professional engineer's license in line with the practice of architecture, landscape architecture, and surveying as well. So, and another point to make might be that this Fundamentals of Engineering exam over the years now is geared towards the actual field that you practice. So if you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer, chemical engineer, the fundamentals exam that you take is geared toward your field of practice. And so anybody that is gaining the experience over 12 years is going to have that basis and understanding if they're capable of obtaining their license and being able to practice engineering the way it needs to be practiced. So I ask you to also support Senate Bill 529. Thank you, Senator Brooks, for sponsoring it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the senator or the two witnesses? We'll go to Senator Hester and then Senator Washington.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember 30 years ago whether I passed which one I passed. I passed one, I didn't take the other one. But here's my question is, has there been a problem? Like, have we had people like trying to having the professional experience and trying to sit for the exam and getting through because it hadn't passed the other one? Or are we just trying to bring this into alignment?
We're just trying to bring it equal footing for all pathways to licensure, to require everybody to have the same, take both examinations. And I'll defer to Mr. Pierce as well, if you have any different answer.
So if you speak to the actual registration board, that manages the process, what they're finding is that because Maryland is one of a few states that allows the non-degreed path to obtain your license, we get way more applicants from out of state trying to get their license in Maryland and then be able to transfer it back to their home states. And we're only talking about a handful of people that actually are capable of without a degree, of actually passing the exam and obtaining their license anyway. So we're not affecting a large group of people. There really isn't a problem, but the entire country is kind of moving in that direction where they want engineers to be at least a bachelor's degree. Some states are now moving towards a master's degree in order to get your license.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you, Senator, for the bill. It's interesting because there's other professions that are moving the other direction, understanding that these national exams are restrictive. So I guess one of my question was, the exam that's given by the board, what board is it? Is it the Maryland board? Is it a national?
It's the Maryland State Board for Professional Engineers under the Department of Labor.
And the exam, is it a Maryland-specific exam, or is it a national exam?
It's a national exam, correct, Tori?
That is correct.
And what's the company that makes the exam? Where does the exam come from?
I'm sorry?
Who? Okay.
Who's
So the Maryland
administrator?
Board of Engineers hosts the exam?
They use an outsourced third party, which they do in a lot of their licensing.
And what's the third party? I just want to understand. What's the third party?
Let me look, let me see if I have record of
Or
it.
you can get it back.
So the umbrella exam organization is the NCEES organization, and they administer the examinations for engineers and surveyors, and they do it nationally. And so the exams are the same exams taken, in all states. Some states that have additional requirements for hurricane protection or seismic protection, they have additional standards that we don't have in Maryland right now. So.
Right, and just to be clear, you're talking about the first step? In other words, in order to go to the second step, you have to have taken this exam. Your new requirements would be that in order to go to the second step.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, additional questions?
So now-
I'm sorry, Senator Hester.
I do have one.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to understand this. So previously, you had 12 years of experience, and you had to pass the principles and practice of engineering, right?
That's correct.
And now you're saying you have 12 years of experience and pass both the fundamentals of engineering and the principles and practice. You have to have 12 years and take both.
That is correct.
Okay. And then just maybe for committee counsel, the Maryland Department of Labor had a letter of information, but it's not popping up on our system. I think it's really important to understand what they're trying to tell us.
The fiscal note, the fiscal and impact.
No.
Department of Labor, that would be, yeah, they're not here. We'll obviously secure that, ahead of making any decision about the bill, so we need to get a little feedback from them. Any additional questions for the senator or for the two witnesses?
Can I add just a response to Senator Hester's last question or comment that she made? The fundamentals exam, you don't have to wait 12 years to take that first fundamentals of engineering exam. You could take that any time within that 12-year period as you're gaining your experience to be an engineer. And then after 12 years, you would then have to take the principles of engineering.
I think that's the one that I passed. I took that right after college.
Right.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 529, and that concludes the bill hearings for today.